All right, we are live. We are in the building, and so are you. Our third live segment on the case of Sebastian Rogers. What happened at 10 p.m.? What happened at 10 p.m. that Sunday night? I know a lot of people have had that question, and it's been on my mind since. But nonetheless, something happened in that house. Something happened in that house. You cannot defy the law of science and understanding when you take a look at this case. Anyway, that's what we're going to cover tonight. What happened at 10 p.m.? And let's do some map work together tonight. I'm going to tie a few more pieces together. You'll be able to, and the best part about it is you'll be able to see it right here tonight on John Q's Live. Welcome, 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 everybody who's just busting down the doors to be in the building. Thank you all for coming. Ooh, man, it's been something else. We got my moderators in the house, Miss Justice, Miss Carol, in blue, moderating and going to keep everything tight tonight. So with this said, instructions for the moderators. Any silly business in the chat, pull the trigger. Okay? This story is not only national, but this is becoming a global story. And it has an audience of all kinds on YouTube Street. We all know that. So this is why we need to be a bit more vigilant when it comes to discussing or talking about this story. It's that sensitive. So moderators, you know what to do. Much love to both of you being here. Hopefully Miss Aquahoma will be in the building. Love to see her, as I saw her a couple of times before. Because I have about 3 moderators. Give or take, that's it. 3 good moderators in my chat. Everybody's not in blue. And they do good work. I keep it simple, like we're going to do tonight. So, welcome. So we have Miss Justice in the building. Tamika Ward is in the building. Pen 1010 is in the building. M. Speece is in the building. Hello. Cat Eyes is in the building. Human beings have rights is in the building. Lady Hawk is in the building. Rad Miller Rickson is in the building. Welcome. Want to be sleuthing something? Is in the building. Good evening to you. Sharon Ostrander is in the building. My love, Molly 13 is in the building. Miss Queen of Ocean is in the building. Okay, Miss Queen, welcome. Love to have the queens in the house. Sabrina Marshall's in the building. Shirley Robertson is in the building. Miss Cassie is in the building. Loyalty and betrayal is in the building. Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody in the family is nice and tight. Good to see you. Good to see you. Lady Hawk is in the building. Skinny is in the building. Braddy, little me is in the building. Wow. Nan Popolowski is in the building. Happy Monday to you. Seven True is in the building. Miss Brown Sugar is in the building. Brown Sugar, thank you for your emails. Wow, you can unload. I thought Miss Carol Smith was the bomb, but you got me thinking. I love your work. Thank you. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work. You might be wearing blue very soon. She's smiling over there now. Okay. Miss Blondie's in the building. Welcome. Reggie, 1965, is in the building. Colton James Hodge is in the building. Salute to you. Good to have you. Marcia Balcom is in the building. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited to be here, she said. Sherry Rollins is in the building. Oh my goodness, Toad Kissing Queen is in the building. Welcome. Ernestine Smith, much love to you, Ernestine, is in the building. Sherry Bertrand is in the building. Good evening, John Q. All you beautiful people and the amazing mods. Well, thank you. See, they need that compliment too. We all need love. Lean on Me is in the house. Miss Joe is in the house. We have Miss Connie Benefiel is in the house. B. Hunt is in the house. Miss Marty is in the house. Hello, Miss Marty. Island Time is in the house. Tweety Lynn is in the house. Chemistry Queen is in the house. Jenny Sunshine, Janine, Janny. Sunshine is in the house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Steve Robertson is in the house. Good to see guys show up in lives. I'm just gonna sit back and not type. I'll listen. See who this guy John Q is, right? Good to see you, Steve. Welcome. 5410 Todd is in the house. From Tennessee. All right. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Anita Pickle is in the house. Island Time is in the house. Sonia Walker is in the house. Sonia Walker is in the house. Welcome. JR Girl 22 is in the house. Welcome. T Love in the building. Fat Bottom Girl. Fat Bottom Girl is in the building. Sue Lawson is in the building. Welcome. Barb Hare, not Bob, Barb. Oklahoma is in the building. Roxanne is in the building. Dixon in Tennessee Mountains is in the building. You're welcome, Barb. I wanted to make sure I said Barb, not Bob. We're talking about a female in the building. Connie Etter from PA is in the building. Oh my goodness. I think I went over the attendance sheet pretty good. Diane Kelly from Hershey, Pennsylvania in the building. Welcome. We are going to be getting into Sunshine Ministries has just entered the building. 10 DJ is in the building. Hello all. Bobby J from South Central Ohio is in the building. You know how John Q likes to do his warm-up. Turtle Madness 2024 is in the building. We got Texas in the house, Miss Marcia Balcom. Obviously, y'all know where I am. I'm in New York. Born, raised, educated, and raised my kids here. And now they've taken off and now they're experiencing life and having kids of their own. Yes, Ginger Girl is in the building. Noddy Poppins is in the building. Mary Rogers is in the building. Kids, my goodness. When you get them, you're blessed. And you got to stay blessed by keeping them. How's that? Keep them nice and tight. Suka. BC, California is in the building. Robin B., good evening, and listening from Indiana is in the building. Welcome, everyone. Please make sure, 160 so far. I think this room is going to swell up again, like in our last live, as we continue to cover the Sebastian Rogers case. 15-year-old boy with autism went missing from inside of his house with, from what we know, a parent there. Bobby J is in the building with a parent at home. How does that happen? You thought Summer Wells was a case where she allegedly went missing from her home with a parent and grandparent there. We have another case similar to that one. Similar to the West case, California City Boys, where the boys were in the backyard and then they mysteriously disappeared and both parents were home. How on earth does that happen? D. Tomino, welcome. Karen Alberini, welcome. It's unheard of, but we're going to be digging into some details tonight. And I mean some details. I came across some details that shocked me and knocked me over, because these are details I didn't know. Now that I have to factor them into the case, because there's much more trauma in this case than I realized. Mary Rogers, welcome. Trauma seems to be a key element in all of these cases that I've covered on my channel. Going on 6 years, folks. I've been covering true crime. A specialty is missing persons and obviously crime investigations. So my specialty, I'm not in law enforcement either. My background is in finance, and I've got some part-time work in the legal arena. I'm not an attorney though, but I've got connections in that ballpark. That, along with some basic common sense, parental instincts. Tie that all together, and a hungry thirst for the truth. Well, you have John Q. That's the combination. You have John Q. Raquel Watson is in the building. Jesus Loves Brenda is in the building. Welcome. So we're going to get started. That was a good 15-minute warm up. Squeak is in the building. All right. With that said, we're going to open up tonight with some powerhouse evidence. Have your notepad. You guys helped me more so than you realize in the last couple of lives that I've done just on this case, and I've only done 2. Look at all of what you've been able to give to me. Help me to learn, understand, and truly start to dig for the details. Buckle up, folks. Let's get to work. All right. Welcome, everyone. We are just getting started. Miss Fire Mama 411, much love to you. Welcome. Good for you to be here. Good for all of you to be here. So we will begin tonight with our story. And our story takes place in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Where this young boy, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, 15 years old, male white, brown hair, brown eyes, 5'5", about 120 pounds, went missing from inside of his home on February 26th. He was reported missing, according to what we've been told. Sebastian Rogers, beautiful young man, went missing. He loved his puppies. And according to what we have found, he also likes natured animals. Now, this is one that caught my eye right away, which was a snake. And if anyone sees Mr. Seth Rogers in the chat, please welcome him, because he is Sebastian Rogers' biological father. And I wanted to see if he could help me fine-tune a couple of points during tonight's live. Because if you're going to get the answers, you might as well get the answers directly from the source. And the biological dad, in my opinion, well, that's the source to me. So if you see him, definitely throw hearts out there. Show him you love him. Show you love. And go deep with it. That'll let me know he's in the building. Just in case I get on my train of thought and don't take a gander at the chat. But I do have some help tonight that's going to be joining me. That's going to be a special treat. They're watching the chat right now. As we speak, I noticed that he had a snake. I noticed that he has a snake. And I said, wow, that's a big boy with a big snake. However, I didn't hear anything about the snake being found in the house. The dogs were, but not the snake. I didn't hear anything about the snake. Okay. Okay, none of you see him yet. Okay, I just saw hearts, so y'all, that's good. We're going to stay on point. And so we did a power panel discussion on this case the last time we went live. We had some power hitters with us. We had Mark and Cher from Voices Behind the Wall out of Canada. Welcome. Definitely. Power team out of Canada. Much love to them. We had Mr. Justin, Clutch Them Pearls, was in the building that night on the power team. Oh man, he just blew me away. And he was able to give me some homework. I send major big shout out to Justin. He's on this case like a beam of light that won't come off of you. We also had two of the round table members. We had Miss 54 Keys join us that night, and we had Mr. Bossman Blake, my brother, join us that night for a power discussion. And man, did we have one. And if you were here that night, we dug into some details. The commentary that was left under that live was extraordinary. People were complimenting us. Oh, this was perfect. No drama, no negative cursing. And, it was just a pleasure to be here. Enjoyed the live. When you're coming back? So that told me that, yeah, that was a very successful live for the Sebastian Rogers case. And that's why we're here tonight. Once again, not necessarily a power panel in those numbers like we had before, but well, as we develop the live, you'll see. You'll see. I don't want to tell you everything. What happened at 10 o'clock that night in Hendersonville, Tennessee? What happened? And I know that question touches one person's mind in particular, person that we feel was most certainly not there that night. And that's Sebastian's bio dad, Seth Rogers. Because he wants to know what happened. In his mind, he plays that question in his mind, I know, every single day. What happened to my son? I cannot figure it out. The story, the narrative that they told, I'm not buying it. I know those two, and I know my ex. I am very familiar with her, and I'm not buying what she tried to sell. So tonight we're going to begin with him. In our last live, we took a look, my first live and our last power discussion session, we were focused on the Proudfoots. It's Chris and Katie Proudfoot, the bio mom and stepdad of Sebastian Rogers. But tonight we're going to begin focusing and fine-tuning some information regarding Mr. Seth Rogers, because he's part of the story. There's three parents in Sebastian's life. And so we do have to include his side in some way, shape, or form. So what we're going to do is do just that. Let's open up with a news interview that Mr. Seth Rogers did regarding his son being missing and wanting to know some answers.
Sebastian, I want to be clear, was with his mom and stepdad when he disappeared, but you're very close to Sebastian. Do you have any idea what may have happened here?
I don't know. I mean, I got a phone call and a text message that I received after I got off of work stating that I needed to give the stepfather a call. I called him and he was like, Sebastian's missing. Don't be upset or anything, but you need to come to the house. I haven't seen him in over a month. I've been out here looking for him.
Seth, I mean, what do they think happened? I mean, could he really have just walked away like that? It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. His shoes are still by the front door. His switch was there. His phone was in the kitchen. It just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And I still can't figure it out. I've been looking everywhere, been handing out flyers, just trying to keep up hope. And I've reached out to United Cajun Agent to sit there and see if they will help me. And they answered my call.
Yeah, one thing I couldn't understand is why they were telling people not to search at one point. I mean, the shift went to the landfill. It was this investigation, and they're telling people not to search. I couldn't make sense of that. I mean, it made me want, do you have any indication that investigators may know that something bad happened here?
They haven't told me anything, and they told people not to search, but I've been searching since that Monday. I can't just sit around and not do anything. I've got to find my son.
Yeah, I understand. I would be doing the same exact thing as you, and I think everybody around America would be, and their hearts go out to you. Have you talked to Sebastian's mom, stepdad? You mentioned you had that conversation when they said, you know, he's gone missing, but have they been able to give any more information?
I haven't spoken to them for at least 2 weeks. They're not talking to me.
Why not?
Right. That part. Why not?
Because I'll tell you why. You know, when when you've been intimate with someone, right, and you were married to them, you know they're bullshit reader. You can't look them in the eye, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Right. Nobody knows you like the person
absolutely
you've been married to, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your intimate. You know when they're bullshitting you. Mm-hmm. And she cannot look the father of her child in the eye
for a reason. Because my thing is this: if and understand this, me and my kid's father, we're not together, but I promise you, if anything happened to one of our children, we standing united. You hear me? We unite every day.
Absolutely.
That's
right. I ain't gonna go no 2 weeks without speaking to him. This his son too, and look at him. He's so emotional. I feel sorry for him. I feel real bad for him. But the mother, she know exactly what's going on. And that's just my opinion.
That's right.
That was an excerpt from our power panel discussion regarding Sebastian Rogers and his father, Seth Rogers. It's powerful. This man wants answers. And I thank my brother, Mr. Bossman Blake, for putting that clip together specific to tonight's live. Please subscribe to the Community Crime Network. If Miss Justice can drop his link in the chat. He is a major part of a major team called the Round Table that's keeping his eyes very carefully and closely on this case, as well as Miss 54 Keys. We are looking at certain developments that we will continue to bring to you on my channel. Much love to the both of them for being a part of that power team. And so, with that said, let's go to another clip. And this clip was able to give me some details I did not have. And when Seth told these details, this crushed me. But it gave me some extra details that I needed to incorporate into this case. You'll find those details in what we're about to get into on this interview. Pay careful attention to them as he gives them, so that this way you will not miss them either. Let's go to work.
It has been more than a month and still no sign of Sebastian Rogers. The 15-year-old disappeared in the middle of the night on February 25th. His mother was the last person to see him and says that he left the house without any shoes on and just a flashlight. So where is he? Searchers continue looking for Sebastian. And this morning, we have a very special guest joining us on the program, Sebastian Rogers' biological father, Seth Rogers. Seth, good morning to you. And might I just start by both saying thank you and just that my heart and the hearts of all of our wonderful viewers really go out to you. The agony that you're going through, I can't even imagine. I've seen you do some interviews, and I've been so amazed at how resilient you are. And you've talked about how nothing is going to make you give up hope. Tell us, please, where's that drive coming from?
My son. He's my life. He's my heart. He's not here, and I'm not complete unless I have him. So it's the drive to be whole again.
You know, I applaud you for holding out hope, being so resilient, being positive. And who knows what can happen with this investigation? And any day could be the day Sebastian comes home. From your perspective, Seth, how satisfied are you with the investigation being done by TBI?
My son's not here. They have no evidence. They haven't. Sumner County is the one that's like doing it. TBI is assisting. I've asked TBI to take it over. They haven't yet. There's just things that I don't think have been done.
What would you like to be done, Seth, that hasn't been?
I have a list of stuff, but I don't know if they've done it or not. I mean, there's been questions that have been asked, and things that have been answered. It's really hard to have evidence if certain protocols aren't being followed. You have to start back over from day one.
You know, going back to day one, so Sebastian goes to sleep the evening of February 25th. It's on the morning of the 26th that your ex-wife finds that he's not in his bedroom. She is the only one said to be home. And Sebastian could have vanished sometime in the hours from when she last saw him go to sleep and from the time she opened the door. There's a window there overnight. Your best guess, Seth, based on how well you know your son, what do you think happened to Sebastian?
He's not the type to put on, he's not the type to leave the house without putting on socks and shoes. As for running away or leaving, He didn't take his backpack. He didn't take his switch. He didn't take his phone. I mean, just doesn't make sense. And he's not one to wander. He's never eloped before.
Are you leaning towards a potential kidnapping?
Anything is speculation at this point in time, because there is no, as they have said, evidence that leads towards foul play. But there's things that just don't add up. His mother was the last one to see him. She's responsible for this, either through negligence at the bare minimum.
Has she been a good mother to Sebastian?
Not in my opinion.
Why
This
do you
is the
say
third
that?
time that you know, my son's come up missing now under her watch. Time before that, her and Chris let my son get molested and raped in their apartment. And the time before that, I did a welfare check because she let a known sex offender who, yes, did their 9 years in prison, but she left my son around that person. You don't do that. If you're a parent, you don't do that. You're supposed to protect your kid. You don't put them in where they can get in any type of harm's way.
Seth, you said something very upsetting, very shocking, and I just want to go back just a moment. You said that your wife allowed your son, Sebastian, your ex-wife, I should say, your ex-wife allowed Sebastian to be in a situation where he was molested and raped?
In California. And Chris in her apartment. They let a child who was 5 years older than my son play with my son and didn't bother to check on him there neither. And he lost his innocence because of it.
Seth, I'm so sorry to hear this. I'm so sorry to hear this. No child should be subjected to any kind of abuse whatsoever. Sexual abuse can be especially traumatic for a young child. Is this something that Sebastian has struggled with since then?
Yeah, I finally was able to actually start getting him therapy for it last year. The fact is that they weren't doing the correct thing, clearing California. And it's just last year finally getting him help because he's a victim. And now I'm finding out not only was, he was a victim of that, he's a victim of not getting the help he needs. And, I've listened to some of their podcasts where they make fun of him, make fun of his dancing. Chris obviously has this thing about corporal discipline with him. And it's just, it's not good.
Seth, I'm so sorry.
I need to find my son.
Right.
And he's going to need extensive therapy now to put him back on the right track.
Yes. Was Sebastian the one who told you about the sexual abuse that had happened?
His mother did, and my son did. This happened in California, so Sheriff's Department, CPS was involved. Sheriff's Department was involved there. They wouldn't give me the kid's name, his last name. But at least the only thing I was able to do there was put the detective over that case in contact with the school psychologist so that at least they can protect the other children from this child.
Right. So no juvenile
California
proceedings commenced or anything like that, Seth, with this child. He wasn't brought
Not
to
in
juvenile court.
California. No, in California, kids 13, they're like, he's too young to prosecute. And they wouldn't do anything about the parents either.
Seth, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My heart breaks for you for so many reasons, and this is just one more of those reasons. Tell me, please, Seth, what else do you want the public to know as people all over are hoping and praying for your son Sebastian's safe return?
That I'm just looking for him. I need people to help. I'm just one person. I can do a lot, but I can't do everything. And I have to find him.
Absolutely. You have to find him. And we will continue doing everything we can here at Court TV to help you find him, putting his picture out there, video, talking about him. And hopefully he is somewhere where he can be brought home safe to you soon. Seth Rogers, thank you so much for this talk. Thank you for sharing all of those things. I know it's not easy. Every good wish as you hopefully bring Sebastian home safe soon.
Thank you.
Those were some of the additional details I did not have until I came across that Court TV interview. Trauma plays a key role in this case. And I want everyone to know this is coming directly from Sebastian's father's lips. This is not anything or speculation of any kind, words from my mouth or another person's mouth. No, I'm giving it to you straight like you need the facts to be. That's what you're going to see here tonight. This is how we deliver the facts directly from the source. Oh, man. Incredible what Sebastian was going through before he went missing. CPS case in California on what happened there. Now, what he did and how he pursued it, those details are with Seth, but have to be incorporated into the case overall. Overall. Oh, man. On top of going missing, folks, I just want you to take a moment and incorporate that. If you didn't have it before, now you got it. Now you got it. I am so sorry that this was allowed to happen to Sebastian. And on her watch. On her watch. Wow. I am just so deeply moved and touched. I know you are too. We saw a number of interviews that was done during the course of Sebastian going missing. And that came from bio mom and stepdad, Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. And we've looked at that interview and found some very strange occurrences that happened during the course of that interview. Nuances of concealment, avoidance, signaling, and the narrative itself. You caught them too, because we went over this interview. Chronicles of Olivia also did an interview with them as well. And she was able to pull out nuances. I'm sure she felt that home when she went there. The questions she asked them, well, she has a video on her channel, this interview on her channel. You can go and see it and watch it again if you need to, because whenever you do casework like this, getting into the investigative side of this case, study is required. And yes, this case needs to be studied because telltale signs do tell quiet truths. Telltale signs do tell quiet truths. We saw the Nancy Grace interview, and there was a startling difference between this interview and this interview done by a news reporter. I love Nancy Grace. When she did her interview, that was powerful. And it was the right interview to have. What we're going to do tonight, because I had to go back over that interview a number of times and allow Nancy Grace to walk me through her interview with Chris and Katie Proudfoot, because there were more startling tells in that interview that told a whole lot more body language, a whole lot more direct answers than the other previous two interviews. Nancy's a professional. She's got a team of people working with her, collaborating with her to get to the truth. We're going to begin, and as we do, I'm going to walk you through some visuals as she talks to the Proudfoots so that you'll be able to see what they are talking about. Looking at an interview in its entirety is one thing, but not having a visual of what they're talking about can be somewhat distorted in your mind. So what we're going to try to attempt to do tonight is to combine the two and give you a thorough visual. What the Proudfoots were talking to Nancy about that we need to see. How's that? Type a 1 in the room for a good sound check, and hey, tell me you're ready to go. Let me know we're ready to go. We got 282 people in the room. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. I thought I saw Reality Check TV from Chicago in here. And this also gives me somewhat of an attendance to see who showed up before we began. Reality Wins is in the house. Okay, good so far. 285 people. Go ahead, type a 1. Don't be afraid. Help me out. Okay, looks like we're got, maybe I'll type the 1s already before I said type a 1. Maybe that's what it is, and I'm just slow. That can happen sometimes. John Q could be a little slow, but I try not to be. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Touch of Class, New Jersey in the house. Welcome. And Reality Check TV, if you're in the chat, solid brother. Much love to you. Welcome. Does great work on the mayor of Dalton's case out in Dalton, Illinois. All right. So with that said, and thank you for the sound check. We're going to begin. Nancy's going to begin. And she's going to lead us through tonight's live by interviewing Chris and Katie Proudfoot, the bio mom and stepdad of Sebastian Rogers. Listen carefully and pay careful attention to physical cues. We talked about stress cues, stress points, and patterns. And you'll see them again, and maybe you'll even see them for the very first time. Let's go to work.
Bio dad and grandparents of missing autistic boy Sebastian Rogers hold a vigil where everyone vows that Sebastian will be brought home safe and sound. Will he? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories as we continue joining in the search for Sebastian. First of all, take a listen to this. Have the two of you taken a polygraph?
I have.
I have not.
Would you be willing to?
I've offered and volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told directly by law enforcement because of my whereabouts, I did not need one.
I understand. Ms. Proudfoot, did you pass your polygraph?
I did.
That's not exactly what has been stated before by Sebastian Rogers' stepfather, Mr. Proudfoot. Listen. And Mr. Proudfoot, you have volunteered to take a poly?
Yes, ma'am.
If I were to set up a poly for you, would you take it?
Name the place and time, ma'am. I'll be there.
Joining me in All-Star panel to make sense of what we're hearing right now. But first to Dave Mack, crimeonline.com, investigative reporter. Dave.
Okay. Hold tight. Hold tight. My bad. My bad. I got to recue, John Q. Recue. That was the follow-up. That was the follow-up. Okay. That was the follow-up interview. I want to get to the interview itself because the follow-up interview only proved a lot of things that I was already thinking about concerning the first interview, the one we're about to get into. I do apologize for that. Like I said, we're just content creators here, trying to put the best facts directly from the source as we needed to. So let's get busy. Work and begin.
February 26th, Monday morning, 6 a.m. From everything we can tell, that is the moment that Sebastian's mom and stepdad realize he's gone. For just one moment, imagine that. You go in your child's room where you find your child every single school day morning and you wake them up, but at 6 a.m., he's not there. Can you imagine what must have gone through their minds? First of all, I want you to hear what his bio mom, Katie Proudfoot, says. Listen.
When I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
Can't find him. Where is he? And in the last days, we learned that the official law enforcement search is actually scaling back. This as TikTokers and YouTubers are flooding the area, conducting their own searches. Listen to Eric Craddock, Chief Deputy, Sumner County Sheriff's.
Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safely.
We are trying to determine what happened when this young boy, an autistic young boy, seemingly walks out of his own home in the middle of the night, we think, barefoot. How did that happen? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on SiriusXM 111. We've read a lot online. We've seen a lot of theories, a lot of speculation. But let's start with what we know to be true. Joining me right now, an all-star panel. But first, I'm going to go to two special guests joining us, Katie and Chris Proudfoot. This is Sebastian's biological mother and his stepfather, who were in their home with Sebastian when he goes missing. To both of the Proudfoots, thank you.
Did you hear what Nancy Grace just got finished saying in the first few seconds of introducing the Proudfoots? Listen again.
Were in their home with Sebastian when he goes missing.
And just again, just to double check, because when I heard that, I said, Nancy knows that they were both home when Sebastian went missing.
Katie and Chris Proudfoot. This is Sebastian's biological mother and his stepfather, who were in their home with Sebastian when he goes missing.
We don't need to hear the rest of the interview then. Nancy knew. She goes through this interview masterfully. I went through this interview with the best analytics that I could possibly find. We're going to go through that tonight. But yeah, she starts off in the opening of the interview with saying that they were both in the house when Sebastian went missing. I wanted you to hear that part just in case you might not have heard that before, because it's critical. Now she already knows they're both in the house when Sebastian goes missing. Now she wants to try and get that on the table, putting them both in the house when Sebastian goes missing. Let's continue.
To both of the Proudfoots, thank you for being with us. I want to go straight back to when Sebastian goes missing. Miss Proudfoot, I understand that the day before, which would have been Sunday, if I've got the information correct, that you guys went out, you went to dinner, you went to somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had a quote, colossal popcorn. Then you
Yes,
came
ma'am.
home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian he says, okay, he goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's kind of like a short summary of what Katie Proudfoot has been saying since the beginning of the interviews that she had with Olivia and with the Nashville News Reporter. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. She knows that they had previous interviews, so she knows exactly what interview she's going to give them. And shortly, in a couple of minutes, I'm going to pause between questions and answers and start to show you visuals at the same time. I'm also going to be bringing up some very special people at the same time. Please pay careful attention to this interview, because Nancy has got to prove her statement that she opened up the interview with. Careful attention now.
That night, I understand from previous statements you've made that you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight or before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the phone together.
We went to bed around the same time that we were on the phone together is his answer. Please keep that detail in mind. We went to bed around the same time. That night, we were on the phone together. Critical.
And
He was not home.
please excuse any of my questions. I'm simply trying to find out more about that night. Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
He wasn't actually in the home at all that weekend.
Now, Katie interjects and tells Nancy he wasn't in the home that night. You would figure Chris would have said it. Katie says it. So she gives him the answer. She gives Nancy, the answer that gives Chris an alibi.
You were not home.
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
So where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
How far away is that?
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
An exact time, 3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep. He had to add in that little add-on from doorstep to doorstep. He's being very specific. We talked about specifics and non-specifics in our last live. It's critically important. And at the same time, too, to continue this interview, I'm going to bring up, I'm getting chills. I'm going to bring up a very special panel, a panel that I've worked with. Oh my goodness, we're going on our second year as a roundtable members, an investigative think tank group that we've created, and let them give you their insight of this interview as well. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome Miss 54 Keys and Mr. Bossman Blake.
What's going on, John? What's going on, my good people? Good
Man,
morning.
what's happening? What's good? Now, look, y'all don't know, man. My nerves back here bad. I just want to jump up here like, wait a minute.
Right.
Oh, my goodness.
Much love to the chat.
And much love to you for the both of you cutting out your time, knowing I was doing this live, and inviting you to join me to walk through this what happened at 10 p.m. timeline, because the roundtable does it best, as we are about to get into tonight. Now, before, obviously, your joint panel was able to play a clip that Boss Blake, thank you, Boss, was able to put together for tonight's live to open it up. And then we got into a court TV interview where we learned some things about DV and SA abuse of Sebastian in California, where there is a CPS case that was involved, sheriff's office involved, all under Katie Proudfoot's watch at that time. I want to give you the specifics. That heartfelt interview blew me away, because now that adds trauma to this case. In addition to Sebastian going missing that night. So let us begin by having Nancy Grace walk us through this interview, as we shall see what she gets.
And what were you doing in Memphis?
Working.
He was working in Memphis. He was working in Memphis.
Where do you work?
I'm currently working, or was working, at the St. Jude Children's Hospital construction project.
I'm currently working, he corrects himself, or was working at the St. Jude's Children's Hospital. So there's already an essence of holding here, avoidance. He's trying to retain specific pieces of information from Nancy. So he corrected himself. So what does that tell you? Currently working, was working. Well, was working tells me he's not working there.
He shouldn't be.
Yes, I'm very familiar with St. Jude's. You said you were working there. Are you no longer working there?
Right now, that's up in the air.
He paused on this particular question. And that was a nice long pause. Are you currently no longer working there? That is correct. He should have just plainly stated that. His answer was, it's up in the air. Non-specific.
Well, you've been gone ever since Sebastian went missing. So I understand. When you are home, do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a 3-bedroom home?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is your room as it relates to Sebastian's room?
It's on the opposite end of the house. The master bedroom's on one side, and the other two bedrooms are on the other side of the house.
Okay, so your master bedroom is on one side of the house and Sebastian's room is on the other side of the house. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you have a third bedroom that I believe you keep for your other daughter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Faith? Is your other daughter named Faith?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So where is Faith's bedroom as it relates to Sebastian's bedroom?
It's in the back side of the house. Sebastian's bedroom is
So
on the
it's-
front side of the house.
Okay. So his bedroom is away from Faith's bedroom and away from your master bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Sebastian's room on a top floor or a ground level?
We have a ranch style house. It's a 1.5 story. So everything is flat, and then you have the bonus room above the garage.
Okay. So his is on ground floor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That morning, was there any sign of a break-in through a window, a front door, a back door, a sliding glass door, anything at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No sign of forced entry. Was anything taken from the home at all?
Not that we could find anything. We couldn't find anything missing.
I want to circle back to Sebastian's shoes regarding if anything was missing. Do you have a burglar alarm?
No, ma'am.
No burglar alarm.
That's odd to me.
Beautiful home, about 6,000, 700,000, give or take, in a beautiful neighborhood. Absolutely gorgeous neighborhood.
You work for Brinks, right?
This is a beautiful home.
It doesn't make sense, John.
And no security system, especially when you have a special needs child living there.
Yeah, that's my concern. But sometimes, I mean, I would want to protect my home, especially,
Absolutely. Absolutely. That was shocking. That was a shocking detail, was to know that this home was not security protected.
But she also worked for a security company, correct? I think that's correct, right?
Oh, we're gonna get to that.
Okay, I'm jumping ahead. My bad.
That's okay.
I'm just saying to work for him. I mean, you would think she would have one. That just only makes sense to me. You probably get a discount, all that,
Exactly. With perks.
With perks, that's right.
Do you have a Ring doorbell cam?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have the two of you taken a polygraph?
I have.
I have not.
Would you be willing to?
I've offered and volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told directly by law enforcement because of my whereabouts, I did not need one.
I understand. Ms. Proudfoot, did you?
And that would make sense if they're thinking at that time that he's not in the area. Take a polygraph for what? So that makes sense to me. Am I tripping?
No.
Okay.
No, not necessarily. But it goes back to the very beginning when they say there's no evidence of foul play. But when we look at all the evidence that's provided to us, as far as there's no hits around the house. When they're trying to say that he walked out the house, what you have to understand is no evidence of him leaving is all the evidence that you need to see that there's foul play. Think about it.
Right.
You can't find no evidence by the dogs tracing him outside of the house. And you gonna tell me if that's how he left, you can't trace that? Then what's the problem?
Yeah.
How did he leave the house? Law enforcement? How?
There you go. There you go.
Okay.
The only way
There
a
you
dog
go.
can track you is because you left in a vehicle. Duh. Sorry, John. I've been itching to talk.
Oh, I feel you, man. I feel you.
Okay.
Okay. But yeah, the way he answered Nancy's question becomes now a critical element, because now he's telling her that law enforcement told him he didn't have to take one, but he never specifies who, whether it was TBI, the sheriff's department, lead investigator, nobody. He just generalizes law enforcement said, that's that hearsay, told me I didn't have to take one. This is what he's telling her.
Telling to.
I've offered and volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told directly by law enforcement because of my whereabouts, I did not need one.
I understand. Miss Proudfoot, did you pass your polygraph?
I did.
No, she didn't.
Those questions out of the way. Was Faith in the home when Sebastian went missing?
No, ma'am.
I believe that because they answered.
Does anyone else
same
have
time, yeah.
a key to your home beside your immediate family?
No.
No, ma'am.
I believe that.
That night, Miss Proudfoot, at midnight when you went to bed, what did you do until midnight?
I had been reading a chapter that I needed to, and I had been talking to my.
She's getting ready to explain what she was doing, and look what Chris does.
No.
No, ma'am.
That night, Miss Proudfoot, at midnight when you went to bed, what did you do until midnight?
I had been reading a chapter that I needed to, and I had.
I thought he was falling asleep for a minute. I didn't know what was going on.
I said, wait a minute. Wait a minute. He's flexing up here. These are stress cues. Because I seen that same stress cue in Olivia's live when she interviewed. But that stress cue was a cough.
Look at you, John. Look at you, John.
So this is a lean away, a blocking, if you will, in physiology. He is trying to block information from being processed. And so you see a stress cue here identifying same thing, but it's not a cough, but it's a lean away. Lean away means avoidance. Hand up to face while she's explaining to Nancy what she was doing the night Sebastian went missing.
I had been talking to my husband on the phone. I was falling asleep on him, so that's when he told me it was around midnight. He told me to go ahead and put the dogs up and go to bed, and that's what I did. I got up, put the dogs where they sleep, and then I myself went to bed.
Where do they sleep?
They have a big pen
A pin, is it inside or outside?
Inside.
Inside. That reminds me of another question. Do you guys have a motion sensor light or lights on the outside of your house?
Yes, we do have lights on the outside of our house.
Did they activate that night?
They're not motion censored. We have lights.
Were they
but not
on that
motion
night?
censored.
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Were they on that night? So the lights were out the whole night?
Yes, ma'am. We don't typically turn the floodlights on.
Were there any lights outside the house on at all?
Just my little solar lights that we have in the garden.
There's
Yep.
2 lights on the side of the house above the garage that are on at all times.
Oh, yeah, those are on.
Oh, there's a light above the garage. It's on at all times.
There's 2. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So those lights were on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because I heard you say earlier, Mr. Proudfoot, that your neighbors have been very, very forthcoming with their Ring camera info. And I was
Yes,
trying to determine if any lights were on, what, if anything, they may have caught. But I understand from your previous interviews that nothing of any evidentiary value was caught. And also, in another statement you gave, I understand that the video of the 2 flashlights, and I'm saying that with air quotes, that's not exactly what that was at all. We now don't believe that 2 flashlights were observed around your home. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're very correct.
Okay.
Flashlights she's referring to were the lights from a video camera that had allegedly caught lights, allegedly that night, moving around on the right side of the screen with red circles, and backlights possibly to a building or structure in the yellow circle. There was motion detected by this camera allegedly that night. This is what they're talking about.
Okay. Question regarding your vehicles. Ms. Proudfoot, what make and model do you drive?
I drive a Infinity SUV.
Year?
2017.
And sir, what do you drive?
I drive a diesel truck, Chevrolet.
Year?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I think it's a 2021, I think.
So your Infinity SUV was parked in the garage or outside the garage that night, Ms. Proudfoot?
In the garage.
In the garage. And Mr. Proudfoot, your vehicle was on location in Memphis. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there's only one car at the home. Is that right?
There was actually a work vehicle in the driveway at the time as well, but it hasn't moved. We can't give out that information because we don't have permission from her work.
I don't understand that. What?
About the make and model of the vehicle.
I have a work van that was also parked in the driveway.
Why is that? If it's out in the driveway where people can see it, why is that privileged information?
We just don't have permission from her company to divulge that information.
Have you asked?
No, ma'am, we have not. Nobody's asked us
So
that.
that
question,
was-
to be honest with you.
What?
Okay. So you have a work van. Question to you, Ms. Proudfoot, what do you do for a living?
I am an installation technician.
That night, Was the work van blocking your driveway? Could someone go in and out of your driveway?
The van is parked at the back of my driveway, so someone can pull in, yes.
Got it. Do you park your Infinity SUV in the garage or outside the garage?
In the garage.
In the garage. Do
you park your Infinity in the garage or outside of the garage? Where do we see her Infinity here?
Outside.
In the garage or outside the garage?
Outside.
Outside, but I will say this, John.
Yes.
And this is I don't know where this picture came from, but this could be an instance where she's in and out, where she don't have to go inside. So I really don't take this picture as that she's lying, because we don't always pull up and park inside the garage if we know we're gonna leave shortly.
Right, in and out. That's it. In and out. Yeah.
Right. And I gathered that too. But how she answers the question, which would be routine, do you park inside or outside? And this picture was captured with the car parked outside at the foot end of the driveway. Whether this would be an in and out, we're not sure. It's unknown. But we see the car outside. We see the work vehicle way in the back where she said it would be. I wanted to be sure people had a visual of what they're talking about and how things were arranged normally. It's a normal routine we're getting into. How their statements break that routine is what we're after. Everybody good so far? Okay.
You ready to go to work?
Okay. Okay. We got the round table in the building tonight, folks.
Do you have an automatic garage door?
With the clicker.
Right. Do you leave that up or down at night?
Down.
Could anybody lift it up? Like, is there an on and off button outside, or do you have to know a code or have the clicker to open it?
You'd have to know the code or have the clicker.
Does Sebastian know the code?
Not to the garage door, but to the man doors.
Not to the garage door, but to the house doors?
The regular door, yes.
So is there a code to get in your home, or do you use a regular key?
There's a code.
And he knows that code?
Yes, ma'am.
Question. I'm just trying to figure out.
Okay, there's a code, some kind of a code panel at the door, main door. Doesn't know the one for the garage, but just the main door. It becomes a very specific detail here.
Right.
I'm wondering if when that door, when it opens and you exit that front door and the door closes behind you, does it automatically lock? If anyone in the chat has a door like that where you have a code key door panel that gives you access to your home, and you have to put in a code and then you can hit that knob and open that door, will it lock automatically behind you once that door is closed? And we got reality wins. Yes.
I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was just about to say, my mom them have one, and they got a program where, because they kept getting locked out. You know what I mean? So, or like the grandkids and stuff was getting locked out. So they were able to program it where it did automatically lock. You just key in the code once the door closed. You understand what I mean? But they did have it at one point where you close it, it automatically locked.
So it can be automatic and then it
Yeah.
can be manual.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Now, with the locks, you use these locks as a convenience to protect your home,
Right.
assets in your home, and your family, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But you don't have a camera. Tell me where that makes sense. Like, this is a nice neighborhood. This
Yes,
is a
it is.
neighborhood where criminals would love to roam and find someone who don't got a camera, who don't have a security system on their home. You
Well,
mean
maybe-
to tell me
Yeah.
that you don't protect your assets, and especially your loved ones? That don't make sense.
Well, maybe they were thinking the opposite. Some people think when they live in nice areas like this, they don't need one. You understand? Like they ain't coming over here to mess with us. You know, maybe they were thinking the opposite.
I'm not going into a poverty-stricken home, a neighborhood to steal anything.
Right. That's right.
I'm gonna go where the money at.
I
That's
think
just
for
me. That's just me.
Yeah, and I feel you. But I think for me, the fact that she works for a security company, that just I can't wrap my mind around that. You work for them. You work for a place that has security cameras and stuff like that. So as an employee, like why wouldn't you? Because like I said, I'm sure you get a deal, you get a discount.
Right. Now, John, if you don't mind, can we go back to the I think one of the first videos you played when they were speaking about the history of Sebastian and what he went through? They stated, of course, we know about the R word that happened to him.
Okay.
And also, this ain't the first time he went missing.
Man, get out of here. I ain't hear that.
Now, we don't know the circumstances or the situation on what happened when he went missing the first time. Because they said 3 times, it's the third time. But wouldn't you think, having an autistic kid, you would want to make sure you have some type of cameras that's going outside the home that can lead to help find your kid if something like this happened? Come on, man.
I agree.
Do anybody know when they moved into that house? How long they been there?
I'm not sure.
Mm.
Anybody know that in the chat? Please drop it.
Absolutely.
And I got a lot more to say on that, but I'm gonna let you continue to do what you do, John. Because
this is how we chop it up at the round table. We begin to take a look at very specific details that tell the story, which breaks a narrative, which tells the truth.
Yeah, this is how we do it. You know, this is how we do it, and this feels like you know, even the last live, it felt like how we get backstage, you know, and we start to ask questions and dig and ask more questions and dig. That's what this feels like to me, because I don't know all the details. You know, John, this your baby, you know.
Yes.
So, but we wanted to, you know, provide some input. You know, it's you know, I always say you have to ask the right questions in order to get the right answers.
Correct.
So it seems like around about 2 years is what I'm seeing mostly in the chat.
I've got September 16th of 2022 in the building. Holly Randolph, thank you.
Got 2021.
Okay.
I got Yogi said a year and a half. So we got got September 2019.
Oh, God.
So it's I don't know.
It varies.
That's just that's a piece of information we got to find. We
have to find that out. So
we'll find
we appreciate it though.
Definitely. Okay, let's continue.
How he would have gotten out, or if somebody came into the home. Could they have gotten through the garage door? No, unless they know the code or had the clicker, which they did not. Do you lock your doors at night?
Yes, ma'am.
Could he have left on his own through those doors?
He could. Yes, ma'am.
But I heard in another interview where Mr. Proudfoot said he was not a quote wanderer. He didn't wander around. He had never left the home before on his own. Is that right?
Correct. We haven't had issues with him running or taking off in the past.
Pause.
Okay, wait. Because
So
I
so
thought,
go ahead, 54. Go ahead.
no,
I know
go
what
ahead,
you've
Bob.
been asked.
Go
No,
ahead,
I know
Bob.
what you've been asked. I'm gonna ask the same question.
I know you are, because I missed that part. So you said that somewhere else it was stated that he's done this before.
Well, he
So
went
why is he?
missing before. They didn't give us the details, but they said he went missing before. This is the third time. They didn't give us the details. Like, okay, the first time he ran away, the second time he got in the car with an uncle or something like that. They didn't give those details. All they said, this is the third. Well, his father said this. This is what Seth said.
Okay. So why was she?
So I don't know why she just answered that question like that. Maybe the first two times he didn't run away.
Right.
Okay, then. So what happened? I guess we'll have to find out from Seth, because we know they ain't gonna provide us with that.
Yeah, they ain't gonna tell us.
Right. I agree. They're not going to tell us anything. They're holding right now pressure, tensions, stress cues, breathing, fluttering eyes, more so for Chris than it is for Katie. She's a very slow blinker, and Chris is a fast blinker on certain questions which ignite these stress cues.
Okay.
As we go.
I just want to comment on this comment on the screen. April T says Seth Bent, the third big incident. Okay, so maybe he's including one of the situations, which was the R, and then maybe it was another situation which she did say he went. Seth did say he went missing once before, but we didn't get the details. So I just want to point that out.
Great.
Yeah, I need to
Good
see.
point. Thank you, April. And thank you all, because you're all here tonight, and your input and commentary into what you've been able to find is just as important as what we're presenting. We're reading your comments, even though they may not be highlighted on the screen. We are perusing your comments. So thank you so much. Let's continue.
Okay, let me ask you a couple of questions regarding the doors. Do you have any home surveillance, anything at all that would have given us an idea or a clue if the door had been opened or not, or a window?
Not directly from our house.
Well, then from where?
That's what we were hoping, that neighborhood ring cameras and may have picked something up.
Gotcha.
We were relying more on the neighborhood's security systems than the one that they didn't have. Think about that. They were relying more on the neighborhood's cameras and security systems to see if anything was picked up regarding Sebastian leaving the house that night.
Right.
Interesting. And she works for a home security company.
I can't get
She
that.
installs security systems. So she is a technician. Therefore, we are dealing with a technician's mind. When I say that, she's analytical. He is a machine operator. High tower, power crane, machine operator. He is also analytical. So we're not dealing with some non-intelligent people here.
Right. That's right.
We're dealing with some very critical thinking people.
That's why they think they can outsmart the masses.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Round table.
Right.
Let me ask you guys this. And this is a question I just want to answer to. Like, for a family who get these type of locks installed, do it normally come with a camera system, or you can actually purchase this without all the extras?
Good question.
Usually,
Usually, if you're going to have one installed, then you'll have accessories that are built around it.
absolutely. I was just about to say the add-ons.
Right.
Yeah. So we'll have interior accessories, we'll have exterior accessories, we'll have remote control accessories. It's a barrage. That's how they sell those systems.
Yeah. The upsell, they call it them upsells.
Right.
Add on. Yeah.
Absolutely. So in other words, go ahead, boss.
Because I'm thinking, like, if you enter a code to open the door, you would think that would trigger the outside camera to point down and see who that is coming out. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. I don't know. I don't have one. I don't own one. Never owned one. But it's just a question that I had.
No, it's a beautiful question. Beautiful question. Because I thought about that and I said, okay, I'm coming to someone's home, my first time there, and let's say they have a system in place. First thing that gets activated within a certain footage of that house would be a camera.
Yep.
Because there's sensor and motion activated devices. Second thing I would bump into is the security at the door, where you have that security camera at the door, along with the push button keypad at the door. Double security, one visual, one mechanical. Third component, interior cameras, whether you have them in the living room, the hallway, the foyer area, backyard, and then so forth back outside. So you have a good perimeter that starts off with visual cameras until you hit the structure or come to the structure, and now you come into mechanical and more visual security accessories, if you will, being activated because there's motion being sensed at a particular place, at a particular time, on a particular date. And if you have that system with the company that installed them, they also have monitoring services where that information goes to that company's monitoring systems where people are actually in play 24/7 monitoring your system for any activity.
Right.
They know when you come home, they know when you leave, they know what door gets open, what window gets open, etc., etc., etc.
They sure do.
Now you think of it that way, woo, that would be a good system to have in place, especially for a family that has a special needs child.
Right.
All right, let's continue.
I want to go back to that night. You said you were up till midnight. You were reading something. What were you reading?
A chapter for school.
A chapter for school. Are you in school?
I was, yes, ma'am. I've since dropped my classes for the time.
What are you studying?
Business administration.
Gotcha. Where do you go to school?
DeVry.
Okay.
So that night you go to bed at midnight after you've been talking to Mr. Proudfoot on the phone. You put the dogs away in a cage, a crate inside the home, and you go to bed. Did you check on Sebastian at that time?
I did not.
Okay. Do you normally?
Not typically. Since he's gotten older, I've not been checking on him as frequently.
Stress cue comes from Chris. The first one we saw, he touched his face. This one, he touches the back of his head, based upon just that question being asked at that particular time.
Hey, John,
Yes,
when she heard the thud, was she on the phone with Chris?
we're coming to that.
I was just about to say, yeah, I think we might be jumping the gun.
My fault.
We are in the area of the time zone called 10 o'clock when she told Sebastian to go to bed.
My fault.
This is key because 10 o'clock, Sebastian is going to bed. To bed. The details that she just gave us is that she's in the living room, she's reading, she's talking to Chris on the phone. Sebastian is being told at 9 o'clock to go to bed. 10 o'clock, something happens, and that's where the thud, as she calls it, is heard. It's a detail. 9 o'clock, go to bed. The thud noise at 10. It's 1 hour. Sleeping, she's laying on the couch. She's reading, studying business administration for Devi School that she's studying from. This is 0 point, folks, right here. Mm-hmm. This is a critical area, and Chris has a stress cue at this timeline, in this time frame. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, on the phone with Katie.
Frequently throughout the night, because normally he's good to go in his room once he goes to bed.
Earlier, you had stated you heard a noise in his room before you went to bed. What time was that?
Around 10 o'clock.
10 p.m. What did it sound like?
Just a thud.
She just gave an answer to the noise that she heard. I'm feeling that she just downplayed that answer by saying just a thud.
Yep.
Just a thud. She gave Nancy a direct answer.
Like it was no big deal. No big deal.
No big deal.
Just good.
Exactly. Here we go, folks, because what's about to happen is about to change the dynamics in that timeline right here.
A thud. You stated that you said, look, I don't care what you're doing in there. Go to bed. Is that right?
I was on the couch, which is near his room, and I said, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And he said, no, ma'am. And I said, well, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep.
So you heard his voice at 10 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Chris has got a lot of eye blinking going on here. This is blocking. Fast eye blinking is a stress cue.
Do you have any idea what the sound actually was?
I do not know.
You just told her it was just a thud a moment ago.
And she's making it like it's no big deal because she heard him after that, is what she's telling us. So so he all right. He good. She ain't check on him or nothing.
So what would be the reason to even mention this if she felt it wasn't a big deal? Right. I feel like she just tried to add that because when you question how he got out the house, now you can say, well, did somebody come through the window? No. Right. So why you even bring it up? Just another time. But she did give us a timestamp to let us know he was still in the house at that time, correct?
Correct.
Right.
That's what I call 0 point. That puts him in the house. It puts her in the house. It puts Chris on the phone with her during that time.
And what happens when there's a off sound in the home and you got dogs? Don't they tend to bark?
If it's startling, if it's a startling sound, if it's a sound unusual, you would think they would.
I'm just asking.
No, it's a great question. No dogs mentioned, though, doing any kind of barking, or they got stirred up by that thud sound or noise that she can't identify, but identifies as just a thud at 10 o'clock. So something happened at 10 o'clock. We have an action in the house that doesn't normally take place at the residence there in Hendersonville, Tennessee, where they live. Because at 10 p.m., February 25th, there was an unusual noise that she didn't check on. She responds now with this.
If he were to go out his window, what would he step on?
Mulch and bushes.
Did you say mulch or mush?
Mulch.
Mulch.
Mulch. Okay. Got it. Has he ever gone?
Hold on. Detail.
Mhm.
Detail. Here we go. Here we go. Let's back up. Because we covered in the beginning when they were on the phone. Nancy brings up, what time did y'all go to bed?
Midnight.
What was said?
Around midnight.
Midnight. She went to bed. He went to bed. Went to bed around the same time. All right? Am I right, chat? Type of 1.
Go ahead and say it, 54. What's on your mind?
Yeah, go ahead, 54. Let it go, baby.
No, I'm just processing right now.
They're on the phone till around midnight. He tells her to go to bed, put the dogs up, and they went to bed around the same time, right?
Yep, that's what he said.
Okay, come on now. Come on now. We got the chat. Yeah, that's what they heard too. We got 483 people have maybe seen this interview over and over and over. We're at critical point. We're at a critical point because guess what that tells me? It tells me he wasn't at work.
Talk, John. Talk, John.
It tells me this man is not at work. We've got a blank spot.
They say replay that again, John.
Look at Nancy's face, though. I love Nancy, man. I ride with Nancy. I've been riding with Nancy for years. Look at her. She about to be on there. Nancy ain't no joke, man. She ain't no joke.
Quit playing with Nancy, man.
Right.
And I said, well, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep.
So you heard his voice at 10 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea what the sound actually was?
I do not know.
If he were to go out his window, what would he step on?
Mulch and bushes.
Did you say mulch or mush?
Mulch.
Mulch.
Mulch. Okay. Got it. Has he ever gone out the window before?
No, ma'am.
Is his home, is his room on the front of the house or the back of the house?
Front.
Front. Do any of your neighbors' ring cams point toward your house? Could they pick that up?
They do, but it's so dark that they can only see it. After it gets so dark at night, they can only see certain things where there's light.
How would you know that?
I was just gonna ask, how the hell you know that?
As a technical mind now, how would she know that? Chris is not at work. I can't get off of that now. So where is he?
Hey, John, my cousin say because she installed their cameras, that's how she know.
Uh-oh.
Y'all silly.
How in the world would she know that? Because she's a technician with a critical thinking mind. And this is thought out in the head. This is something she knows. It's a visual. She knows how dark it gets on that block, on that street, the number of houses that are in that area, near and around the house, left to right, and those left to right in front of her house. She just gave you a detail, something she does know. Chris on the phone with her during that time. He tells her to go to bed, put the dogs up, because they were ready to go to bed at around the same time. You're ready to go to bed. He can't be at work going to bed. He's got to be away from work going to bed. So that would put him one place that we can definitely put on the table. Oh, he's probably in the RV at Yogi Bear RV and Recreation Park, where he says he has his camper that puts him in Memphis. On the other hand, he could be someplace else.
John, do we know his schedule? On what time he actually started his shift since he was at work?
One thing that we do know, thank you, boss. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. St. Jude's Hospital, Children's Hospital. It's a monument, to say the least. The entertainer, actor, writer, author, Danny Thomas. He's the one responsible for all of the St. Jude's Children's Hospital development. God bless him. Marlo Thomas, his daughter, also in the entertainment field. Danny has passed. I believe Marlo is still alive. But incredible monument here. This man works as a high tower power crane operator. Machinery. Currently, there is construction on this hospital. Construction costing up to $1 billion, maybe a little bit more, give or take, in money that's continuing the development of the St. Jude's Children's Hospital. So I said to myself, wow, what do they have, 24/7 around the clock shifts when they do this kind of project where you have to have multiple cranes, a lot of land crew, a lot of construction workers, electricians, plumbers, concrete people, I mean, you name it, is running all over that place. So when do they work? When did they generally work?
Right.
So we wanted to know what the standard was. And the standard here says the standard work week for crane operators is 40 hours per week, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. As with many careers in construction, there are peak periods that will require you to work overtime. The number of additional hours you work each week depends on the construction sector and region you work in, and will vary from one job to the next. As a crane operator, you will work outdoors, often in noisy conditions. You may have to travel to various job sites and occasionally live away from home for long periods of time. Crane operators work closely with other equipment operators and with ground crew. We got a week, typically standard. So that kind of gives you the weekends off, don't it?
Seems like it, but of course they said overtime, so that overtime can lead into extra hours after your standard work hour shift, which could lead. Let's say you start at 9 and you go to 5, and then you got to work overtime, which can lead you many hours after. So who knows? But one thing they did say, and I think we all know, is that it's very noisy. Very noisy. But I just want to point this out to you, John, in case you missed it. And I think we saw this in the previous live. People in the chat keep talking about what's her name? Nina's interview. I'm not sure who that is, but they say we need to watch that. I don't know what that's going to bring about, but I just want to bring it to your attention.
Yeah, because I seen that in the last live, and I don't know who Nina is. I don't know what this interview was about, but I mean, apparently we need to see it. But because it sounds like to me the questions that we're asking may have already been answered.
Right.
So we definitely, would need to see that.
Just made a note of it, and we have it on the table.
Okay, gotcha.
All right.
I thought there were the two lights on
the opposite side of the house.
Okay. Can we talk about Sebastian's shoes? Why are you convinced Sebastian left without shoes on? Or are you?
Well, the reason that came about is because all of his shoes are accounted for inside the house still.
Are you positive?
I'm positive.
How do you know what clothes he was wearing?
Pause. Shoes. She's positive all of the shoes Sebastian wears is in the house and accounted for. Right? Okay.
Right.
What about the ones that Seth buys for Sebastian? I believe I heard Seth during the course of an interview say something about it. He's 15, his feet are growing. Katie had told him one time, you need to take him out and buy him some shoes. So we got Seth buying Sebastian shoes too. Don't we?
Yep.
How would she know if the shoes that Seth bought Sebastian were in the house?
I would think as a mother, she would know the shoes he come
Yeah.
home with if
That's
he
what
was
I
at
was about to say. Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because I know like my daughter, she is what we call a sneakerhead. But I would be able to know, like, these shoes is missing, or no shoes are. I mean, whether her dad bought them, whether I bought them, grandmama bought them, I know the shoes. That's just
Mm-hmm.
something I know.
Right.
And it sounds like the mom is adamant about, hey, all his shoes are accounted for.
All his shoes are here. But that's how she answers Nancy. She is positively, definitely sure all his shoes are there. So it gives us a strong indication that Sebastian was barefoot.
Barefoot, right?
Okay. Okay.
The clothes that we described are the ones I saw him in when he went to bed.
That morning, you woke up at 6 o'clock. Is that the normal time you wake up?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a heavy sleeper?
Off and on.
Do you take any medication at night that would make you sleep?
No, ma'am.
Question. Off and on. What do you get from that?
I mean, the way I took it, because sometimes I'm extremely tired. So when I pass out, I'm out. But then there's other times where the smallest things will wake me up. So that's what I took hearing her say that.
Okay. Boss?
Same thing. Same exact thing.
I wonder if she had a nightcap. She might not have had medication, but did you have a nightcap? Is it some whiskey in the house or some Tito's or something?
I'm glad you brought that up, 54. Because I just want to say this. I got to get off my chest. If I don't say it now, I'll forget.
Okay.
When they speak about the situations that happened in the past, with whether it was him going missing or the R situation that happened with him, we remember in the West case, that mother lost custody of her kids because of situations that happened to her kids. So why do she still got custody of this kid when, for one, the devastating R word happened to him, and then two, he went missing, and we don't know what the third one was. Why do she why they said CPS got involved?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the problem?
Right.
Do y'all look at it like maybe the system failed this kid?
Mm-hmm.
In California? I think
Yeah,
so.
Hey, where the West Boys was from. Come on,
California.
man. Come on, man.
Because I don't know the specifics about what happened with him with that R word. So that's something that I would definitely want information on, because that don't set right with me.
So we're dealing with a situation here in Hendersonville, Tennessee, though.
Right. But
entirely,
situations happened in California.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them did. Why they ain't take the kid from her?
Right.
This is a question.
And I think that involved the custody issue at that time. Definitely going to have a custody issue at that time. I don't think Seth was going to sit down and say, no. You letting all this stuff happen to my son on your watch. I'm tightening up the timeline. I'm tightening up the time range. Agreed to joint custody with every other weekend visitation, meaning that Seth goes to Seth one Saturday and then back to Katie's the following Saturday, and then back to Seth the following Saturday at that time, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on.
Right.
That's what kind of visitation I see. I'm gathering that's been put in place. If I'm correct on that item, type of one in the chat if that's what you understand that to be, if you've heard it, that each of the biological parents have Sebastian every other weekend, so to speak, with joint custody between the two. Christy Clark says yes. Bamanola says yes. Susie Q, 73, says no. Debbie Dunn says yes. Holly Randolph says yes. Leah says yes. God's Girl says yes. Money Smoke says yes. Ginger Girl says yes. Okay. We have a general consensus to say that they have every other weekend visitation.
Because what we do know, and 54, you can vouch for this, I'm pretty sure you can because you are a mother. If your kid is dealing with these situations that we spoke of, and it seems like to be an unsafe environment, hopefully as a mother who loves her kid, she put her pride to the side and say, listen, Seth, I'd rather him live with you and I get him on the weekends. I know that's a tough thing for a mother to do, especially if you love your kid. But if you love your kid and you keep going through these situations, especially as a father that Seth seemed to be to me, who loves his kid, I will fight. Listen here, man. Listen here. Listen, I'm sick of this. He need to come live with me because I'm tired of you coming to me with all these different situations that keep happening to my son.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's right.
In fact, it's also floating out there. I'm looking for confirmation on this too, that Sebastian was supposed to go to live with his father after the school year was finished.
Right. I heard that before too.
Okay. After the school year was finished. So this was about to take place. But he goes missing before the school year is out.
What you thinking, John?
Contention. Not letting go.
So you hurt him?
What's that?
So you hurt the kid?
I'm not there yet because someone was, Miss Justice was able to send me something just before the live. It's giving me an alternate information to also incorporate.
Okay.
That I am going to play for tonight's live, but it is contention here. Time is running out. School year's right around the corner. Here comes June. School's out. He goes now to live with Seth.
Susie Q brought up a good point, which I didn't know this. She said Seth worked 12-hour night shifts. So that would bring up the question, who would be helping him raise the kid?
Right. I'm sure arrangements, I'm sure Seth, thinking about making arrangements just for that to happen, just the way it is.
Yeah.
Who's going to watch him? Who's going to care for him? Where's he going to go? While they continue, most likely, with the alternate Saturday schedule or alternate weekend schedule from that point on. Okay. All right. Ooh, details. Let's continue. This is getting good.
But you heard nothing.
I did not know.
So we know he is alive and well at 10 p.m. At 6 a.m. He's gone. You say he's never left before. Is that right?
Correct. He's never run off before.
And could I confirm, where was his bio dad at the time he went missing?
I believe he was at work in Nashville.
Had there been any family argument or altercation prior to him going missing?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Proudfoot, when did you leave town?
Early February.
Early February. This is another critical detail. Watch this. Ooh, the song and dance he played at this part goes to the timeline. Notice how I caught him? Look at it. Look at his eyes. Eyelids closed. Early February, eyes closed. Watch Katie at the same time.
So you had been gone for days before he went missing. Is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Had you visited home since you left?
You said from when I initially left?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I came home February 26th, the morning I was told that he was missing.
From the time that you left for the job in Memphis to February 26th, did you visit the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you catch that?
Yep.
What are you thinking in your mind? I left early February, but from the time you left home till February 26th, have you ever visited the home? Yes, ma'am.
When?
Ah. Go ahead, boss. Make it sizzle.
Because you get listen, y'all know how I felt if you watched John previous live with the power panel. We feel like, of course, he didn't leave walking. And I don't want to go in too much depth because I don't know if John's going to cover this tonight or not, but we got to go back to that 2-hour conversation.
Yeah.
We're there on the phone for 2 hours. John already told y'all he wasn't at work.
We got him not at work. We already have him by his own statement that he's not at work. So you can fit a 2-hour timeline in a phone conversation because he ain't at work.
Right.
Because he got 2 hours to be on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all just remember the 3 o'clock time that we focused on so much, which, you know, how I felt about it was like, I felt like this ain't really got nothing to do with anything. But John, John, on his Mapwork, we found out some things. And being that he just said what he just said, when was the last time you really was that in? If it wasn't the 26th, what other time was it? Was it the 25th? Are you telling a small lie? Or are you just excluding a small truth? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I want to know, bro.
Lying by omission.
Exactly.
Don't want to say too much. Yeah.
Can't say too much. Yeah, I was there on the 26th. Yeah, we know that. Duh. But when was the last time you was there before that?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Mm.
So we have him admitting he was visiting after he had left early in the month. He did come back. When?
I was home. I can't give exact dates.
I'm sure you can.
Law enforcement has told me not to provide exact dates, but I had been home multiple times prior to February.
Prior to February, we talking about after. Listen, he trying to confuse the people. He trying to confuse us.
Law enforcement say I can't tell you the dates. Why? Why? You can't tell who the dates. These YouTubers? That's what you're talking about.
Right.
Because you should be telling them this. Right? Man, quit playing with us, Chris.
He just backpedaled. He has to go back now. Can't get into the month of February, when he made visitation, from the time he left, there was visitation in the month of February, but now he's pulled back. He's got to take you back into January previous. And Nancy's not buying it because she's not asking about prior at all.
Right. That's right.
He's using law enforcement to hide behind.
Exactly.
Brady, I'm with you. Brady, I'm with you.
Brady. I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm with you, Brady. Because my thing is this: what would be the secret if you're
Exactly.
supposedly at work and you're not connected to whatever happened? Like, what's the secret? Just tell us when you were there.
Right.
I don't believe.
There you go. See? And that's concealment. This is called concealment. I can't tell you that. Straight up, right there. I can't tell you that. But I can tell you what happened before.
And then I left early February and then didn't come back till February 26th, the morning he was missing.
But you just told her also that you did visit the home.
No.
See,
yeah, no.
He didn't catch himself.
Because right there, he's making me feel like he's saying when he left, he never returned until February the 26th. That's what that meant, what he just said.
Yep.
That's exactly what he just said.
Exactly what he just said.
So then why would you be talking about the police told you not to say nothing about nothing?
Like Brady said, the police ain't tell him shiznick.
That's it. That's it. He lied. Oh my God.
It's incredible, but narrative versus the truth. That's what we're doing tonight, folks. What happened at 10 p.m.? Narrative versus the truth.
Right, SL.
So you were not home from the time you left early February till Feb 26. Is that right?
Correct, man.
But you just told her that you were. Because you were visiting. Yeah, look at Nancy's eyes, boy.
Her face speaks volumes.
Absolutely.
Where were you living in Memphis?
I have an RV trailer that I stay in at an RV park.
RV park. Okay. Following back up on that morning, you search the home, Miss Proudfoot. Then you get in your vehicle and you start searching. Did Sebastian know how to drive?
No, ma'am.
Was your car in the same location when you woke up that morning as it was the night before?
Yes, ma'am.
Has your car been searched by police?
Multiple times. Yes, ma'am.
Have scent dogs looked at your car?
Yes, ma'am.
So your car's in the same place. You get in the car, you start looking in the neighborhood for him. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you call Mr. Proudfoot, right?
I believe I was already on the phone with him at that point.
Okay. Question: who called 911?
She was already on the phone with him at that time, early in the morning. On the phone with him right now.
Yeah.
Now, Nancy's question is very, very specific and it's very telling. Here is what she's told back.
I did.
You did.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
time?
Without looking at a call log, I can't give you the exact time, but on or about 6:20.
Why didn't Katie call?
Cuz. I ain't gonna say it, John. I
did. For someone that not in the house, as the interview addressed, he wasn't home that weekend, according to her. Okay, so if he's not home, why would you want him to tell you what happened in the house if he's not there?
All I'm gonna say is, we know Sebastian left the house in the vehicle. My original thoughts was Katie. But after some deep research with me and John, I don't know. If you take it back to that 3 o'clock time where everybody looking outside and looking at these flashlights and everything, just remember what time she said they got off the phone. Midnight. Now remember how far away he stayed from that home, door to door.
3 hours and 47 minutes.
That's all I'm gonna say. They was on the phone at what, 10 o'clock, John?
Timing is everything.
Timing is everything. Timing is everything. And I want to assume, but my mama always say, when you assume, make an ass out of you and me. But I want to assume that they tracked his phone. Hopefully they did.
Right.
And going back to when he said law enforcement, what he said, law enforcement didn't want me to take a polygraph test because of where I was at. I'm thinking to myself, after all these crime shows I watch, they start at the home.
Yeah.
They want to eliminate the immediate people first. So why wouldn't they want you to take a lie detector test? Man, quit playing with me, Chris. Quit playing.
Exactly. So, Chris, who made the 911 phone call? Chris responds, I did. No, you didn't, Chris. You never called 911. That was a very specific question. Why wouldn't you call 911? Here's what he said.
And had you guys been talking on the phone before 6 a.m. or did you initially call Mr. Prophet at the time you realized Sebastian was gone?
I called him when I realized Sebastian was gone.
Have you guys been out looking for Sebastian?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We were given information that you guys have left the home. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I'm going back to work.
Thought it was up in the air. I'm going back to work.
Well, he could have initially. I don't know, bro.
Okay. I'm processing it right now.
You're going back to work. What about you, Miss Prophet?
No, I'm not going back to work. Not yet, at least.
Did you leave the home also, Miss Prophet?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
To accompany my husband going back to work, and then I'm coming back.
To accompany your husband going back. Every time I stop this thing, this dude's eyes are always closed. To accompany my husband going back to work, and then I'm coming back.
Why go to work with him now? Like, Sebastian not there no more? Like, why? What you need to be at his?
Cause Sebastian ain't in their hometown. Sebastian up there where Chris at.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Does the plot get any thicker? Does it
That's
get any thicker? It's because it's giving you the impression it's starting to lead that way.
Yeah. That's why he called 911. He know what Sebastian is.
Right. But we have to remember, you never call 911. It's going to show up.
Or did she leave with him because she's scared? She's scared, or he told her to come along. You come with me, cause see, you don't know the answers to give. It's almost like he's controlling the situation.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Exactly. You hit it right on the head.
Like now, you bring your ass with me, cause see, I'm scared you're gonna say something.
Bingo.
That you ain't supposed to say. So as long as you with me, we good.
Yep.
That's correct. That is correct. So now this situation locks them in place together. Ties them, binds them together. We have something that happened to Sebastian in that home that night. These two, from what they have told us, are connected because they're on the phone. They are involved here in a degree that's leading us to believe that there are other things in play that are not being revealed by these two. That's what I'm feeling. I'm sensing it. I'm sensing it. Let's go.
Okay, when will you be back? Do you know yet?
No, not yet.
Are you concerned about being away while the search is ongoing?
Absolutely, I am.
Then why are you going?
Right.
Because my son could be anywhere, and we're looking everywhere and anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, bye.
Mm-hmm. So you go to Memphis, right?
Right.
Because he could be anywhere and everywhere, and we're just looking everywhere. That's why I'm leaving the house. What if he comes back?
Right.
Ding, 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 ding.
I'm not thinking about that.
She know he's not coming back there. Listen.
No, he's not coming back. They both know he ain't coming back.
Mm-hmm.
The house is empty. I don't think a mother's maternal instincts would allow her to leave that house.
I wouldn't want to leave in hopes that he and you had took the comment down, but somebody said, why not just have family stay with you?
Right.
You know, if you're scared or if you don't want to be alone, I get it. I definitely get it, but where your family at? Where's the family?
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't have had to leave and go to work with him. It ain't like they out there looking. He at work. He working. So what is she doing while he working?
They have to be together.
They have to be.
So when law enforcement want to question one, the other one knows.
Absolutely. Gotta know it.
That's it.
And y'all, we definitely gonna get to the Nina interview. I don't know if we're gonna get it on tonight's live.
Yeah, I was about
to. Okay. Let me do this. Do we boss? Do you have it? Do we got it? Do we have it?
I sent it to you.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I mean it's a pretty long live now, so
it's like 2 hours.
Oh, daggone.
It's a long. It's like 2 hours and 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to. I don't know where to even begin, where to start. None of that.
We would have to watch it straight through. We would have to.
Exactly. It would take us to do some research on this. That's why I really didn't make no more.
Yeah, because I would, number one, I don't know Nina. If she's very sensitive about content.
It looks like Nina's the ex-wife of Chris.
Ex-wife. Oh,
Mhm.
okay. Ex of Oh,
Mhm.
okay. The ex of Chris. Okay. So she had. Okay. All right. So
Yeah, we have to watch
why
those.
why don't we do this? Because I wanted to show you guys some visuals.
Can we hit them with the Mapwork, man? Can we hit them with the Mapwork? Let them know where we come from, bro.
All right.
Can we hit them with
Quickly now. Let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we can do this.
Oh, hold on, John. Hold on, John. We gotta let them know, man.
Drop down on him, John.
Yeah.
Drop down
Okay.
on him.
All right. So, in this essence, we understand that Sunday there was an outing. There were a number of places that Katie said that they went. They went to BJ's. They went bowling. They also went here, Texas Roadhouse. What time they got there, I have no idea. But this is a gorgeous restaurant. I looked at their menu and I said, if ever I bump into a Texas Roadhouse, I'm checking it out. It's an open, spacious restaurant. Lots of traffic, especially on Sundays. You know what I mean? People coming from church, don't feel like cooking nothing. Let's go to Texas Roadhouse, have some dinner, or even pick it up. But beautiful, beautiful. This is the RV park that he stays at in Memphis. All the RV trailers go in here and they park. What I wanted to do is to drop down on some of these places. It's been coming up into this case in terms of distance and time. So hence, we have some map work to get into. So let's just do just that. We start from the home. Sebastian goes missing. First place they look. Oh, excuse me. Oof, I'm getting chills. Roadhouse. They go home. Sebastian goes missing. And here's the first place they look. Not far away, perhaps about 10, 15 minutes away. This is where law enforcement found something from the house here at this location. Said that there was some kind of a scent that led them here to this development. This is the Laurel Park subdivision. This is under construction. Keep that in mind. I might come back to it a little bit later, but this is how close it is to the house. There was a retention pond here where a tracking dog jumped into the retention pond, but nothing was found. Tells me that there was a presence of something there related to Sebastian, but nothing significant enough as a positive. We have a false positive here. Next on the map, St. Jude's Children's Hospital, 3 hours and 37 minutes away. This is a huge establishment. We already showed you the high tower crane at this location. It's a huge construction assignment. This is where it is on the map. We go back. We find out that there's another search immediately at this location here, Hopkins County Regional Landfill.
And there has to be a reason. It has to be a reason that they went there.
Right.
Has to be.
Now, the reason most likely came from a report that was out there stating that if it was garbage thrown out from the residence area where they live, it would come here. And so they wanted to come here and check to see if they got any hits, anything. However, there was an issue here for some strange reason, because this is federal land. They didn't have a search warrant. However, whatever the issues were, the search was only a short search. It was nothing big, but this is a huge landfill. And it makes you think they're doing their due diligence. Okay, if the garbage man picks up the garbage, and there was a comment that was made that one garbage canister was heavier than the other, or more heavier than usual. Don't know why, but it was taken here. So they did their due diligence to come and check this location.
Right. And what I learned from the Ayanna Sawyer case, and I didn't know before, is that they know exactly, when the pickup was, and they know where it was dumped within the landfill. See, I'm thinking the dump trucks just go dump the trash and gone on about their way, but it's sectioned off. So that particular route, the day that they picked up, they would have been able to tell law enforcement, like, hey, look, it would be in this area right here. So they knew exactly where to go.
Right. Same thing with the kid in Savannah.
Mm-hmm. And so I don't know if they're going to continue, whether they have to work on any kind of federal warrants to continue this search. That's cards held close to the chest for law enforcement. But I hope they do, because this was one of their first big leads to come to this landfill. By the way, that landfill is in Kentucky. The RV park. What did I find here? This Graceland. Why did I bring up Graceland? Okay, I just came here.
I wonder if they talked to anybody there just to make sure. Like, did y'all see him that night? Was he here?
Correct. Yeah, I came here because
I think it was the point of reference, John, of everything else was surrounding this area. I think that's why.
Yes, because it was an area that was about 15 minutes from the job site. Thank you for reminding me, boss. Thank you. No, and I said, well, why the hell did he go to Yogi Bear when this was closer to the job site? This one was closer to the job site.
Could it have been maybe it was full? Like
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, my fault.
Right. And that's one of the thoughts I had. I said, okay, is that the reason? Okay, well, let's go ahead and continue. See how close they are? 1, And a little further away, down in the Southern District area, is where he stayed.
Self-paid, yeah, either full or it was cheaper.
Right.
Yep, you're right.
See? And this is gorgeous, this whole layout. I wonder if they checked this.
Hmm.
And I'm sure that they are investigating his presence here at this park. And what was the other item? The other item is here. This area here. This is the entrance to the park. And I said, okay.
They got cameras at the entrance. Seen coming and going.
Yeah. This is what I was looking at. You know what that is, right?
Dumpster.
Dumpster area, garbage disposal area. What
Right.
company picks up garbage here, and what landfill does it take it to? You want to get rid of something.
Yeah, remember that case we did with that little kid in Atlanta? Y'all remember that one?
Uh-huh.
Which one was it?
That kid in Atlanta with the father in the apartment complex. And I can't remember the kid name. Keep going, John.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I'm sure that they're canvassing this area here. Verify if he was there Sunday night in his RV. Who's seen him? Who can verify and corroborate seeing him there that night? That would put him in Memphis, like he said,
Right.
while he's on the phone talking with her in Tennessee, in
Now,
Hendersonville.
and if he's smart, and don't want to spend the rest of his life in prison, I don't think he would have drove his vehicle back down to the home. I'm pretty sure he had access to several vehicles, whether it was maybe the company vehicle or a friend vehicle.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? He could have said, "Hey man, look, I'm low on gas in my whole vehicle. I gotta run back home." Whatever the excuse he could have gave. I don't think he's stupid enough to drive his car because he got a 2021, and I'm pretty sure they got OnStar, Uconnect, and all these other things that can track his vehicle.
Right.
But at the same time, like she said, she was on the phone with him from 10 to 12.
For all we know, he was headed down there. You know how you be on the phone with people traveling.
Exactly.
And
So,
then go ahead.
My fault. So
No.
if he would have left sometime during that conversation with Katie, you would think that they could track his phone.
Justin is in the building. Sorry, boss. Justin is in the building. Hey, what's up, Justin?
What up, Justin? Go ahead, 54. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. No, I was just commenting on you saying that them tracking his phone, and it goes back to, does he have a work phone though? Like, we might be dealing with more than one phone.
Right.
True.
We get into the phones.
He could have left his personal phone up there, so it would ping up there.
There you go.
It's like, I'm gonna ride with my and then, but if they check the cell phone records, especially for the mom, they would have known what number he called from.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
That's right.
Or what number she called, but didn't she call him?
But then did she call the work phone, or did she call his personal phone? I mean, that's if he has one. I ain't saying he has one, but I'm just saying more than likely, I would think, there's a work phone, but I'm
Right.
just saying there's a possibility of there being more than one phone.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know?
So it was also mentioned that when Katie had left the home to search for Sebastian, that she had went to the high school, then returned shortly thereafter back home.
Hmm.
Was she thinking that he left to go to school?
No, she ain't think that. She already knew where he was at.
Uh-huh. But she went here as part of the narrative. This is Beach High School, where Sebastian goes to, which is not far from the subdivision where the alleged dog tracking hit occurred, not far from the resident area. So 1, 2, 3. It's
But my
all
thing
in
is this.
same
Even
neighborhood here.
if she went to the high school, like, did you go in? Did you talk to anybody? Or did you just drive around the parking lot and keep it moving? Like, I don't.
Right.
Yeah, it just, that don't
Is
make
my son here? Yeah. Do we know, as part of what happened that morning she left, whether she made contact with someone at the high school?
At 6 something in the morning, was the school actually open?
Yeah, you're right about that.
Well, I mean, you've got maintenance there. You know, you got a school day, Monday. Anybody could be there. We don't know what hours of operation outside of the kids and the teachers.
What's the
which
name
I'm
of the high
sure-
school?
This is Beach High School.
Beach. Okay, gotcha. Let me find out.
Beach High School. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's go to the next location, which now brings us back to DeSoto County. And as you can see here, Yogi Bear Park Camp is there. The Graceland Park Camp is there. St. Jude's Children's Hospital is there. All in this area, all lined up not too far from each other. I scanned this area, and this is all my scans from this point on. Being that it's in the area, places, isolated places is what I was looking for. Places that are accessible right off the road, where you could go to an isolated area if you wanted to get rid of something.
So looking at Beach High School website, it looks like it's 8 to 3. And then they also offer, transportation. So did he ride the bus to school? Was this a situation where, she drove him every morning? But if they don't open up to 8, like, I'm not even understanding why at 6 she would even be thinking about going to the high school.
To pretend that she's looking.
She killing time. She's buying time.
Right, buying time. But this is an open area, no cameras, nothing. You'd give it a perfect, if you will, place to just swing on in this cul-de-sac, drop something off, and leave.
Remember, Trezell act like he was looking for them boys too.
Uh-huh. I went around the corner. I checked the streets. I hit the next corner, checked that street. I hit another corner. You see 2 little black boys running around here?
Buying time.
Buying time, giving the excuse, possibly using that to have other people's camera catch him doing a search.
Yep, that's all it was.
Yeah,
that's all it was.
A show. He put on a show for the people.
Absolutely. Next, not too far away, Horn Lake Creek, another isolated area, also accessible. good truck, if you had one, could connect. And you can do something here. Horn Lake Creek, next location. There was a comment that was made on a Facebook post about Lester Farms. I said, okay, let's find out what Lester Farms is. On the map, accessible location. There is isolation here. That one could access off-road in a truck like his and possibly put something someplace.
And then when I think about the type of job he had, you know, them type of guys, I've dated guys that's in construction. I like that. That's my thing. Okay. And they have, excuse me, all these, you know, whether it be concrete mix and, you know, they have access to a lot of that kind of stuff, you know, so this, he could have easily covered this up. Maybe with material from his job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. I mean, the material, this is Stark Knob boat ramp near the water. Near the water. Isolated area passed out of residential area. Once you get over here, parking lot area here. But near water. Next location. I found a security camera at this location. Takes you to the backstream parking lot area here. Cars coming in and going out. That camera's for the parking lot. As you go down further, you can bypass that visibility range. Near water. Just some ideas. Just some ideas. You're looking to get rid of something as quickly as possible in the shortest distance of time because you have to show up someplace because people are going to be looking for you. Next location. Nat Caldwell picnic area. Near water. Accessible from street roads. And this is a picnic area.
Bobby, I'm with you.
Next area.
He did what?
I said, okay, I'll be damned. If Justin is still in the chat, I believe that there's going to be a search effort.
I wanted to see what that Brady, like when he made that comment about how much concrete it would be to bury a body, something like that. Did he?
Where did that come from?
See?
When did he make that statement?
Because
that goes back to what you was talking about earlier, 54, is like where he works at, he got access to a lot of things that can help him get rid of a body, concrete. And with John putting up all these different bodies of water in these areas, if you don't want this little boy to be found, because the evidence, if they did find his body, will tell you how he actually died, you would probably put some cinder blocks and make sure he goes straight to the bottom of the water.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And there's so many different bodies of water surrounding this area in the radius from her home, from his job to to the site where he actually had his RV. It's so many places where they could have put this boy body in water and never be found. So I know if you think, okay, let's say for instance he did travel back from Memphis to the home. My thought, like, are you crazy enough to take this body all the way back to
Right.
Memphis with you? You know what I'm saying? And risk being pulled over for whatever reason, or leaving a stench in somebody's car. So that's what got me like, did he take him back to Memphis, or did he take him to one of these bodies of water that was close by to this home?
Right.
Yeah, and that concrete to cover up the smell too.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You disappear. You disappear. But I think that they're having a search effort or event happening here at Rockland Recreational Area
Yes.
with the bio father, the bio dad. And I had listed it on my map. And sure enough, he goes live that night. I was working on the map. And then he brings it up. I said, wait a minute, I got that on my map.
Facts.
So they are looking at areas, isolated areas, bodies of water, open space park areas, dumpsters, if you will, in their effort, well, not to rescue, but to recover. Because that's what these type of search events focus on.
Did he?
They say he made the statement.
He telling y'all what he did.
Next area.
That's why they ain't really tripping, because they know y'all not gonna find him. We're not gonna find him.
I believe you're right, 54.
Yeah.
For real.
But these are just some areas. In and around bodies of water, isolated areas, no cameras, close by, because time is of the essence. You want to get to one point, one time element, in and out with very little visibility. Another area, isolated body.
Thank you, Marshall.
In and out. This piqued my interest here. This was another landfill. Closer to the house than the one they searched out in Kentucky. This place is huge. And I'm talking about huge. In and out. Very little visibility. Near a body of water, Cumberland River. Some place where you can stash them and it would take forever to find. Needle in a haystack type stuff. Another area. Mulch facility, Hendersonville. Isolated area right off the road. Another area. Back in Memphis, they have a landfill. That's why I asked before, the Yogi Berra RV Park, where does their garbage go? Here? This needs to be checked as a lead too. Doing some map work, folks. Another area. Wolf River Greenway. As you can see, near bodies of water, isolated area. Kilowatt Lake. We're thinking with Chris and Katie are technical and mechanical people. These are critical thinkers, analytical thinkers. Where do you go afterwards? What do you do afterwards? How long is it going to take? What's the distance? And how, what are the parameters there? They're former military personnel. They served in the military. Military is discipline. Military is time. Time discipline. Yeah. Critical thinkers. Back home, Shelby Bottoms Nature Center. What parks did they go? Nature Center. The snake that Sebastian had in one picture around his neck. Where did he get that snake from if it lived in the home with him? Where is that snake? We know that the dogs were present. Where's the snake? Okay. Another one. Hamilton Creek Recreational area. Where did Sebastian like to go? I'm sure that they took him out. I'm sure Seth took him to different places. Seth took him fishing. They got up in the wee hours of the early morning to go fishing. Sebastian reminded Seth one time that they didn't go fishing. When are we going fishing, Dad? And he was excited about fish. So it tells me something. The snake, the dogs, fishing. He was connected with nature.
Mm-hmm.
But these are just some of the locational areas I was able to scan. I said, okay, where would I go? Where would I go? We know one thing. At all these different places that I've shown you here tonight, many of them near bodies of water, dump areas, sites like that. One thing that we do know is that he's not home. He's not home. Boss said something about a car taking him out of there. This could have been this Laurel Park subdivision. Could have been a handoff point.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's why the dogs were led there, went there, tracked there as the very first location, that retention area. It gave them the impression there was construction there. Let's check next door. Is where they went, is where the false positive showed up.
And understand this, because I know we had talked about it before, and this was my thought. You know, what if it wasn't the scent that took them to the pond, but what if there's houses along that route with cameras, and they like, okay, we see her go this way. You know, could those cameras have tracked her movement?
That
which is
would
why
make
they
more
went to the
sense.
pond.
That would make more sense, because we only got that they tracked him to that landfill or to that pond from Chris, right? Police denied that, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't take that serious when it comes from just him, and the law enforcement say, nope, that's not true. So I'm not gonna believe him.
Right. And then you got to question, well, how did y'all get there? Then what sent y'all, what led you guys there?
Goes back
So
to
that's
what
why
you
I'm
do.
saying the cameras. Could they say, okay, well, we seen her car, because if you because I know we had pulled it up on the map, like which direction she would have had to have gone to get to the pond. Maybe there's cameras along the way, and they like, okay, here go her car right here. Okay, she's headed in this direction. And then all of a sudden, you know, especially in a new development, maybe there wasn't cameras. So they just put a 2 + 2 = 4 situation. Let's go check down here because she went this way.
Or they tracked her phone.
That too.
Possibly. We don't know how much work was put into this area. But one thing that we do know, we've got construction going on in this area, number one. Number two, with all of this construction, and look at us. We got little mini cranes here digging out dirt. It's like building on this one. I was trying to see if those were stickers in the window.
Chris would know how to work one, right?
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. I wonder where this dumpster goes to dump their materials and waste after finishing up construction. Whatever it was led them to this location here. Right here in this area. See? They kept calling it a retention pond. I'm saying, where's the water? Where's the pond? Where's the water? Where's the pond? Where's the water? We can see the outline of a cul-de-sac here. You can see a street layout here. This is all dirt, by the way. All the way here, next street level here. Another cul-de-sac here. In and out is only one way. And that way is here. Direct access point directly to the street. You see? So I said, would this be a handoff point? And he was taken from here out, away from this point. So in my mind, with Sebastian gone the way he did, she wakes up, he's not there, no hits at all in and around the house, or let's just say outside the house. That was confirmed by the Navy search people. No hits outside the house. Yet Chris is saying there were about 3, as a fact that I know of. He said law enforcement told him. So there's contradicting stories as to what's really on the table, what's really a fact, what's really the truth. And this is where I think he's distorting these facts. But nothing has absolutely been confirmed other than the fact that they did search this area. That's one thing for sure.
Right.
So in general, I wanted to show you some of the things that I was looking at and doing some map work. Let me just pull this down. I hope it gives you an idea of the area, how far things are. We have to consider time of the essence for a missing child from a residential area not far away from where he lived. We have to consider all access points, all isolated areas that he may have been taken to. He just didn't walk out that door and then went missing without a trace. I can't buy that.
Right. I don't buy it either.
I can't buy it. Boss, you had sent me a link.
Talking about the
Nina link? Is that the Nina link you dropped in the
private chat? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's see. 2 hours and 2 minutes long.
Yeah.
Gomez, missing in plain sight. Young channel holder, 107 subscribers. It's been highly recommended. See this interview. Nina Gomez, ex-wife, speaks out about Christopher Proudfoot. Shocking details. Sebastian Rogers. Ooh, okay. I got a message from Justin. Bear with me, folks. If you have any comments or anything you want to say in the chat, boss, if you can highlight certain comments, just give me a couple of minutes.
I got a question for the chat because I heard people or I saw people talking about, I want to say Chris' sister. Like somebody was seen that morning. I think they were saying like 5:45, if I'm not mistaken. Do anybody remember that?
Yeah, I remember seeing
I
that.
had questions about it, but tell her I'm with you.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything, I think, since April 26th, maybe. So, that it doesn't necessarily mean they're not working. It goes back to what I think the young Taylor said, was they're holding everything close. They don't want the details to get out because it could jeopardize the case. It could mess up the integrity of the case. So it's hard to have patience when there's a little kid out here that's missing.
Right.
Regardless if he's 15 or if he's 5, he's somebody's child, and somebody want their child to come home. In this case, it's Seth.
Yeah, he's not where he's supposed to be.
Right.
So yeah, that's a problem. But we know, we've covered enough cases to know that police they do withhold information, and rightfully so. I get it.
Yeah.
So then that's when we come into play. We're asking the questions. We trying to figure out, the 2 + 2 = 4. The one comment when they were saying we need to know where exactly have they searched already, and Justin will know this.
Absolutely. Now I want to add in a piece, since we did some map work. We got some information in the course of an interview, a walkthrough with Nancy Grace regarding the Proudfoot's narrative. There's also another piece of information sent to me by Miss Justice, and I want to play it because it's very interesting as to what has been heard. Nancy Grace is talking to, if I'm prefacing this right, talking to the person that was responsible for giving Katie her polygraph. Or excuse me, Seth's polygraph. Seth took a polygraph. So Nancy is asking the polygrapher a question regarding it. Let's listen carefully as to what the polygrapher said.
After a polygraph was following are paraphrased questions and responses from Seth after a polygraph was conducted. What is your theory of what happened to your son, Sebastian? What did Seth say?
He explained to me that Sebastian was routinely taking a sleep aid, and he believes that Sebastian probably wouldn't go to sleep. So his mom, Katie, overdosed him and caused.
Did you hear that?
Oh.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
So if there was medication involved regarding Sebastian Rogers every day on some kind of stabilizing medication, if you will, something to get him through the day, and also something to help him to calm down and rest at night. Is there a possibility that if that medication is involved, could that have happened?
Right.
And that goes back to why they can't allow this body to be found. Because once they do an autopsy, hopefully it's not too late, if they do an autopsy, they can find out everything that happened to this kid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's not what they want to happen. So
Right.
you got to place them in a place so it's gonna take forever to either find them, or they will never find them.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. And I think that's what I was, trying to get at on the last live. This might not have been intentional, but something happened to him and they felt the need to cover it up.
Yes.
It could have been something as simple as, hey, I'm gonna give him an extra pill, type of thing, not knowing that it would kill him. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if this was intentional, but it definitely looks like a cover up is in play for sure.
Yeah.
But then it's like, cover up for what?
Right.
Well,
Lee?
if it
Lee.
wasn't intentional, excuse me, the fact that they covering it up or trying to hide it, it doesn't look good for them if the truth do come out.
Yeah.
I agree.
There you go. Either way. You got CPS all buzzed up in and around this case as it is. You got high stress, contention from Sebastian, the whack from Chris, the telling of a lie at school, CPS showing up to question what had happened. There's a lot going on here. Let me see if I can find this one real quick, because this is going to blow your mind. I think we're gonna have to save the Nina piece because I'd like to listen to it, like to get some highlights about it. We can come back and do just that piece as well. I'd like the roundtable to have a privacy meeting on that, so we can pull the facts and the details out of it, really pay careful attention to it that way, and then come back and we can present it and talk to you about it.
We can do that backstage tonight. We can work tonight. I'm up. Just woke up. Good morning. I'm ready. That's it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, because I'm looking at time, and I said, okay, we got people already. Thank you. Somebody sent me a gift. A little gift. Much love to you. Cash App gift. All right. I gotta find it. Y'all got John Q working here tonight. All right, so I gotta find. Now we're gonna find some extra details I would like to share with you that I came across, and I said, oh, damn. Building character. Okay, I think this is it. This is from another content creator on YouTube covering the case. And I came across this from Web Sleuth's YouTube page. I think I forget her name, but Web Sleuth's awesome page. She's been holding it down for a long time. Pretty tight with her stuff. And Jay for Justice had recorded a time when Chris was present in the chat room and had some things to say about what they were talking about concerning Sebastian Rogers going missing. I'm going to just play as much as I can, the audio portion of it, because it's very telling in terms of character who this guy is. Here's where it comes from. Shout out to Jay for Justice for doing this. And I'm like, okay. Let me just set up the audio here. I think it was at 4. I'm going to start at 4:07. Listen to this.
Is it just me? Because I don't hear nothing on my end.
Say again?
I don't hear anything on my end. I don't know if it's just me or.
I don't hear anything either.
Okay. Okay. All right. So that means. What am I doing here? Oh, you don't hear anything. Duh. I put up the posts. Never mind. I'm working. Take that out. Let's get this in. All right. All right. Let's rock.
And about
fucking shows.
Uh-huh.
And it's caused a fucking shitstorm.
Which statement?
Releasing Katie's parents' personal information and shit on Katie's past. Said she has it, but she wasn't going to release it. It caused a fucking shitstorm. And now everybody went out there and got it and released it.
Oh. She said Katie's mom's name?
She didn't say the name. She just insinuated she had the information.
I mean, we do have the information, but
Yeah, well, let me tell you what the fuck it started.
thank you, Enid.
why are you calling?
Now all that information is out in the fucking open. And somebody better fucking explain to me very goddamn quickly. Preferably her.
Yeah.
Fuck that had any goddamn thing to
I have no idea.
Yeah, because I'm gonna
Because I don't know what was said.
That bitch better find a way to stop it.
Where's it at?
It's everywhere. All over the fucking internet that people have released on these stupid ass shows and all these fucking Facebook things.
Okay.
It was never out there until that bitch opened her fucking mouth.
Okay. Well, I haven't been looking at it today or really yesterday, so I don't know what's out there.
I'm
I'll have to look
telling
for it.
you, I am being very polite as I can possibly be to her.
Mm-hmm.
If she don't find a fucking way to fix it, I promise her I am not going to be so goddamn pleasant when I see her.
Okay.
And I will bring the fucking cops with me.
All right. Well, I'll talk
And
to
I don't
her.
care
I mean,
how she
are
fucking
you?
takes that. I don't care how she takes it. I really don't give a goddamn what I have to fucking do. But I can promise you, there's a difference in helping find Sebastian and just being a stupid fucking cunt.
Okay. Well, let me ask you something just for a second. Like, are you sure it was her and not like one of these sleuthers or something? Because
No,
other
it's
people
her on the fucking show.
Okay.
It is her.
Okay, because there's other
I think
people
it was
that are
on Web
digging.
Slut.
Yeah.
Or Sleuth, whatever the fuck that woman's name is.
Web sleuths.
Yeah, whatever.
I mean,
It was on that fucking show.
but I don't see. I can't see Chloe just giving out that information though.
She did, you're missing my statement.
Okay.
I didn't say she gave the information out. I said she made a statement that she had it and wouldn't fucking release it. That right there was a trigger to start this fucking shitstorm.
Hmm.
When she shouldn't have opened her fucking mouth in the beginning.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of fucking PI or whatever the fuck she thinks she is or how she does this. But if she needs a fucking education and then schooling on being a PI, I guarantee you I'll find somebody who is truly a PI and let them school the fuck out of this woman.
All right. Well, let me try to figure it out because I know neither her or I have given out any of Katie's information.
It's not giving it out.
Yeah.
All you have to do is start one sentence. I have the information. I'm not going to release it.
Yeah.
She started a shitstorm.
Actually,
she better figure out how to fucking fix it.
You know, something else I'll tell you, there was a woman that reached out to me that before.
Listen, I'm going to stop it right now. I don't usually say things like this, but look, if you heard it on the lab or anywhere else, then go listen and you're complaining. Go listen to it somewhere else. Secondly, don't come in here and gaslight. Don't come in here gaslighting me. This is old news. We've heard this. If you've heard it, then why you here?
Right.
Let us
I like her.
the first time without being rude. I mean, damn. We ain't all sitting at our computers waiting to click the live button. Sometimes we have to wait a minute. Christ.
And that reached
Cool
out
out.
to me that before I had ever even, before I ever knew anything about Katie's family or past or whatever, there was like this random woman, like Sleuther, that reached out to me with like some of Katie's family's names and whatever. Like, I will say that she was wrong about, she was talking about Penny Payne, and she thought there's a Penny Payne that runs like some sort of
Penny Irene Payne or some shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Some medical place or something.
Yeah, it was the wrong Penny Payne, but she had the right names.
She has the right names. Just like
Just the wrong people.
Katie Lynn Payne.
Yeah.
Who supposedly murdered a 4-year-old.
Right, exactly. And that's the problem with a lot of the sleuthers, is that they get a name and then they find somebody with that name and they run with it.
Mm-hmm.
That happens a lot.
The worst part, and that's fine. That's understandable. Personally, I think everybody fucking starts looking for shit.
Yeah.
Ain't even worth the fucking bacteria of the foam that forms on the fucking worst form of bacteria on Earth. That's what I truly feel.
Yeah, I feel you. I hear you. I can feel it through the phone.
Oh, trust me. Chloe's lucky I'm not standing in fucking front of her. Like I said, I will bring the fucking cops when I see her.
Okay. Well.
And it was more my protection than hers. Because right now, you can inform her. She fucking calls me, says my fucking name, anything of that fucking nature involving Katie or me or anybody else, I'm going to slap the shit out of her with the same fucking thing I told you. I'll cease and desist letter and then let her open her fucking mouth one more time. And then I've got her dead to fucking rights.
What? I think that's
I'm trying to be as civil as possible.
Isn't that the only interview she's even done? I don't think she's.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I don't think
care. She's not
anything.
my PI. She's not.
Yeah.
Bitch don't fucking mean a goddamn thing to me.
Right.
She was on fire. I wouldn't piss on her to put her out.
Well, I mean, it's not like Katie. It's not like Chloe, because she's very private. Like, I'm more public than she is. I mean, you know that.
I promise you. Go back and watch that fucking video.
Yeah.
Go watch that fucking interview.
Okay. I mean, I was watching it. I know what she said, but she's usually very, very careful about what she says to the public.
She ain't fucking careful.
Yeah.
She's fucking sloppy.
He's doing the same thing he did to the dog handlers and everybody else.
Let me talk to her. I don't even know. Actually, I do know.
I ain't trying to be a dick to her, but if she ain't got the fucking audacity to give me a working fucking phone number, she better not fucking reach out to me. And that Google shit ain't a fucking true number.
Yeah, that's the same number that Seth has, though. I will tell you that.
Yeah, that's... I'm not Seth.
Yeah.
I have the balls in the fucking spine to call people out on shit.
Yeah.
I'm not a fucking
just
coward.
Don't take it personal, because she doesn't give her personal
Oh,
phone number.
so she's calling Seth a coward.
I mean, like, only,
Mm.
like I had it from like a previous case that we worked together. But she's very private about her personal information. So,
okay.
I don't know. Anyway, I don't know what to say. I feel bad. Like, I know Chloe, and I know that she's not, that's not her style. But I mean, I get it.
Maybe her head's so fucking twisted because she's too emotionally involved or personal involvement with Seth. I don't fucking know. No, I'm not saying a relationship.
Yeah, no.
Didn't say that.
No,
but
yeah.
whatever the fuck it is, she better goddamn fucking figure it out and redial herself the fuck back in.
Oh, you need to redial yourself the fuck back in.
I mean, I know, like, and I think I told you this before, like, she's more focused on the search side of things, you know. That's been
And
her
why the
focus.
fuck is this bitch on fucking on these goddamn interviews?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the one that I know of. But I mean, I'm not trying to, like, I don't know. I mean, I have to try to defend her a little bit because I mean, I know that she's not a person that like shares personal information or private information.
She didn't have to. She insinuated she had the information. She wasn't going to release it. She started a fucking fire shitstorm.
What was the purpose of making that statement, knowing full damn good and well that the
Trust me.
Yeah.
Seth can have his fucking PIs. I don't need PIs.
See, and actually,
I get the
as
whole
we're
goddamn world
speaking,
that sends me all this shit for no fucking reason.
as we're speaking, I just got a message from a web sleuther that I don't even know. I don't even know their name. They go under a pseudonym, and they're sending me a picture of Katie's mom, and I don't know how they found that out. Like, I didn't tell. They're telling me like I don't know. So
You don't need a PI.
like these web sleuthers, like, I mean, they are like batshit 99.9% of the time, but they're pretty good at finding shit. And some of these people are just doing it on their own.
Yes and no. That's one thing.
Yeah.
She opened her mouth, made the statement. She's the catalyst to the fucking storm that is now brewing.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much. I can go out there, open my mouth, say one fucking word, and I could almost break the fucking internet.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Look what I did the other night when I got on that show.
Uh-huh.
When you said I wanted on the show,
yeah.
that shit fucking almost broke the fucking internet.
Yeah. It did. And that's mainly because
He's proud of
up until
himself.
that show, like you and Katie both were pretty reserved about anything that you were saying, and that was like the one time that you just kind of went berserk.
No, that's the one time I went out there and stated the fucking facts.
Yeah.
I didn't go berserk.
Well,
He thinks he broke the internet.
No, I'm fucking pissed.
I
There's a
know.
difference in berserk, stupid, psychotic, and every other adjective you want to add into it.
yeah.
I'm neither of those.
No, but I'm
I'm
just
just a
saying you
very
said a whole
pissed
lot
off.
more than you normally say, and
Yeah,
so
I did, and I had every fucking right to say what I said. Nothing I said was fucking false. Nothing.
I didn't say it was. I don't think anything you said was false.
I don't know yet.
But well, let me make a phone call. Actually, I know I'm not going to be able to get a hold of her right now. I'm not going to be able to get a hold of her till this evening.
And by the way, I sent a message to Seth. Once again, he wants to talk about not responding or whatever. I got in touch with Tony. We talked to Tony. That
Yeah.
probably ain't happening. Got in touch with the dog handler. Guess what? That ain't happening either. And that ain't even on my decision.
Yeah.
Because Seth doesn't know how to open his fat fucking mouth and give everybody the truth. Or what he does know, he didn't want to tell nobody, thinking that everybody's going to be sure sympathetic to his bullshit. When I told her exactly how many dogs, where they all went, what they've all done, she's like, there's nothing I can really do or offer at this point other than to assist in a search if needed.
Yeah.
We did and starts talking.
Oh, so you did actually talk to her?
Oh, yeah. Talked to her for over an hour and I think a half
Oh, okay. That's good.
last night.
That's good.
So once again,
Jams.
your client
Mm-hmm.
was the
Well, I
nicest way
haven't
to
even
refer
talked
to
to
this
him.
fuck.
I haven't even talked to Seth since last night. He told me to take a break a couple days ago. He told me to take a break. So
I just wanted to play that piece to give you an idea of Christopher Proudfoot.
Yeah, he crazy. He was pissed. I ain't gonna say he crazy, but he was pissed clearly.
Yeah,
He
because
crazy.
there's a lot going on, and as you heard him, word choices and how he is describing certain things and people regarding what's happening on the internet, concerning his name being out there, concerning whether people are telling the truth or not. They can have him on blast. And I'm also listening to the tone as to what tones may have been used in the household around Sebastian. When he gets triggered, when he gets upset. I thought about also what he said about the situation concerning his contact with Sebastian regarding the belt whack. He was lied to, so to speak, by Sebastian, and now he's going to give Sebastian the punishment. How he may have spoken to Sebastian, giving him the punishment. But all in all, it goes to character. Goes to character.
I agree. Because he almost sounded like he wanted to put hands on Chloe.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm trying to hear his reasoning, and he's making it like this lady then dropped all his information, and she didn't.
She didn't.
He admitted to that. She didn't. So what you so mad about?
Because of the statement she made saying, I have information, which sparked people wanting to know.
Absolutely. But she a PI. She's supposed, you know what I mean? That's her job, is to gather information.
It's the simple fact that he don't know what information she has.
Yeah, he's nervous. He can't control that.
Yeah, he don't sound like a grieving parent. He sound like a parent that's worried about what the fuck he did. Excuse my
Now, did I hear correctly? Because I wrote it down, and then further into the conversation, he answered it. But I was like, I wrote down the question, do they have their own PI? And then later in that conversation, he says, you know, it's almost like he mad at Seth for even getting one. But he made the comment like he don't need one. Why wouldn't you need? I mean,
why wouldn't you need all the help you can get?
Absolutely.
Just like they said earlier. Why would y'all tell the people not to search?
Yeah, and that to me is holding back, not coming forth, want to stay in control of what's going on.
Right.
And obviously, with everything is coming out the way it is, he can't control that. He can't control the noise on the internet. He can't control the noise on YouTube. He can't control the noise in Facebook groups or anything else like that.
Yeah, Chris.
And he hasn't said anything to clear it up.
Only thing he can control is the mom.
That's it. Yeah, you don't control nothing else, bro. Tell that straight up. We ain't here for you. We here for Sebastian, pimp. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. That's it. That's what the focus of our work is entirely on. But once again, the audio, just the audio portion, goes to character about this guy, Chris, and what Sebastian was around, what he may have experienced during his time and during the contact time with Chris. How hot can this person get towards a 15-year-old?
It's like he's mad at all the wrong people. Seth, you know, he didn't call him a coward, all that.
Right.
You're mad at the wrong people.
Yep. Because one thing Web Sleuth did mention, she said to him, "We are here to help you." And he was on Web Sleuth cursing at her.
Then it sounds like he don't want no help for real.
he don't want the help that we gonna give him, because the help that we giving is not for him, and that tells you that if he don't want the help that we're giving, it goes against what he want us to do. And if that's the case, you have everything to do with this boy going missing.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go. When the dots start to connect up, it's easy to see.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Because if the narrative is true, then the truth don't have to break itself.
Yep.
It's not going to fall back on itself. It's just going to be in plain sight.
That's right.
But if the narrative is false, then truth is damn sure going to break it
Yeah, absolutely.
and cause reactions when it does get broken.
Let them know, 54. We on your ass.
That's it.
Yes.
That's
Definitely.
it. Because
That's
again,
how
this is about Sebastian.
That's it. That's it.
So what parent wouldn't want the truth to come out if you had absolutely nothing to do with it?
Thank you. Thank you.
I want the truth. I'm hiring PIs. I want everybody to have their own PI. Let's go. And it's almost like it's feeling like they really don't want any help.
Yeah.
We doing too much. You know what I mean? They didn't want all of this.
Exactly. So items regarding Sebastian. Glasses that were not in the home when Sebastian went missing. Pocket flashlight, keychain flashlight, if you will. Nothing is not really truly mentioned about it at all. No other types of details have come out about it, but more that his glasses went missing than the flashlight. And these little things, a little keychain. What do you need a keychain flashlight to do? Maybe have it in his room at night. Do some reading. 15-year-old kid, they have their little things that they like to do.
Right.
Bed was brought up. Now, through trauma and how do I want to phrase this? Through traumatic experiences, in a lot of cases, high traumatic experiences, anxiety is high. And Seth, on an interview that he had mentioned, was the fact that it was bedwetting or Sebastian having accidents type situations. And Seth said, whenever he's with me over at my house, he doesn't have those situations. I don't know why he's having those situations over where she is.
Interesting.
Over at Katie's house. There's also another statement made that regarding Nancy Grace's interview with the Proudfoots regarding a mattress being placed in the garage, a replacement mattress, just an item. I'm just pointing out items in the case. This mattress has a quilted top. This is waterproof. It's made out of, I think about almost 100% polyester, and it prevents leakage into a mattress. So it stops the mattress from being infiltrated or stained in both cases of urine and fecal matter. Front door, having a keypad to enter and exit. Sebastian knew the code to that door, but not the garage door. But he could get out of the main door. That leads you now back to the canine, not finding any trace of him leaving that house. How did he get out? How did he get out? The neighbor's cameras didn't pick up anything. The canine dogs didn't pick up anything other than the false positive at the retention pond. Just some items. Oh, also, the items that I was showing from before, the time of this interview. I tried to find more pictures of this particular interview for the simple reason of the marks that were found. This is off of Reddit. I don't know if this was a modification. I don't know anything about it, but it shows visible marks on his forearm. Having a filter put on it, there was something on his arms. What it was, we don't know. Bite marks was one answer, but I don't think so. Possibly defensive wounds, possibly. But something happened during the time he was sitting here at this interview. The visibility of these marks on his arms is not apparent. Not apparent at all. I wanted to show you one of my questions, big questions, was, is there a way where you can enter the garage from inside the house, not having to go outside to go to the garage to open up the door to get to the car?
Right.
Right?
I would assume so. Look at the house. I mean, this is not a detached garage. So there has to be, and that's what I was saying, there has to be a way to get into the garage without having to go outside.
Right. I said, because if that's the case, then there might be an answer there. I was able to find the interior portion of the house on a channel that gives us a little bit of a walkthrough of the house. And this is just maybe a couple of pictures I was able to capture. You see over to the left, the front door, and just above the knob, looks like there is something. I'm not sure what it is. I tried to blow it up. I don't know if it is a keypad of some kind, but it gives you an idea of that front door, where the dining room is placed, where the kitchen is placed. As you enter the kitchen, beautiful kitchen too, I see this door over to the right-hand side. Over to the right-hand side. And I said, could that be the access door to the interior portion of the garage?
Right. Because the garage would sit on that side.
On that side, correct. With the front door adjacent to, on that side of the house.
Right.
So hence, the last place we know Sebastian to be was inside the house when going to bed, but nobody sees him come out. The only person who left that house at any given time and moment in the morning was the mom. Could she have taken him out the house? without anyone seeing.
Yeah. And then, I mean, it goes back to what I asked in the last live, would she have had help? Depending on how he left the house.
Right.
Would she have needed help?
Right. Yep.
And if Chris wasn't there, if we're to assume he's 3.5, almost 4 hours away, who else would help her?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I see another door over to the left of that door, and you could see the exterior shape and structure of that particular doorway. And where the blue wall is just before it goes into the bedroom or the next room area there, which could be, that would be, to me, pantry. Then you have kitchen cupboards, both up and down, drawers, an island in the center, refrigerator over to the left-hand side if you're looking, the silver door, two-door refrigerator there, and then the kitchen sink. But yeah, I'm thinking that this is an access door over to the right that connects to the garage.
Yeah, that layout. I mean, that would make sense to me.
Yeah, and if that was the case and he left with her, she's going out now to look for him. She goes next door to that subdivision, makes a connection, and then comes back.
Mm-hmm.
Police show up. She's there. And then the next person that shows up afterwards was Seth. He was there either a little after 8 or 8:30 that morning. So she wasn't out very long searching for Sebastian. So that's why I came up with the idea, could that retention area been a handoff area?
Right.
Of some kind. This is the back sun deck of the house. So we now get a glimpse of how that's structured. The door that leads down the steps into the backyard area, and the thick foliage over to the left outside, and how that's arranged. There is an exterior gate that swings around the house all the way back to the back and then back to the front. And then hence the garage area or the driveway area, and then the 2 garage doors, et cetera, and the driveway. Whew. So as we started, we come to that end point, and covering with you some extra things, some extra details of what's going on that we've been able to find on this case so far. Looking into it and presenting live number 3 on Sebastian Rogers' case. We're catching up, folks. We're starting to learn some things. We're starting to see some things. We're beginning to understand some things as well. We need to know where he is. Did Mama give him more medicine than she should have, and he never woke up? Hence, they have a problem in the morning, and now they have to do something about it. Or was there an issue, a contentious issue at night of him not wanting to go to bed? maybe overhearing the phone call between Katie and Chris. Maybe it was about him. Maybe it annoyed him so bad that he wanted to go live with his father. And that came up, more contention, more pressure. We don't know the specifics on that one. But we do know this. Last person to see Sebastian alive is Katie.
Period. Period. So she should have some answers. You know, I mean, my focus would definitely be on her. And considering, you know, the way Chris is, I mean, she the weakest link. They need to separate them.
Yeah.
Got to separate them two.
Mm-hmm.
She weak.
Absolutely. See, so in my mind, they need to be re-interviewed again by TBI.
Mm-hmm.
And they need to be interviewed in a different way now.
Right. Because it's looking like the interviews that I've seen, they're together.
Yes.
You know, now I don't know how law enforcement, I'm sure law enforcement would have separated the two, right?
Yeah.
They would let them just keep carrying on conversations, you know.
You would think so. You know, have an interview together, you know, as husband and wife, and then have two separate interviews conducted by two separate officials to go over, walk through that day, come back together to make an assessment of it and keep it on the table. But if you notice, Chris is always on the same side in all the interviews. And so is Katie. Chris on the left, Katie on the right. Chris on the left, Katie on the right. Chris on the left, Katie on the right.
Interesting.
So they knew their positions. They knew how they wanted to deliver this information. One, the interview with Nancy. I think Nancy surprised them because they thought that they were going to be interviewed like the way Olivia interviewed them, like the way the Nashville news reporter interviewed them.
They should have did their research. Nancy don't play. Nancy do not play. I love her. She asks all the right questions.
Absolutely.
And your answers better make sense. Because if they don't, she gonna call you on them. You know?
She's gonna trip you up.
Yep.
She's gonna allow you to trip up and capture it because Nancy knows the most powerful weapon in a conversation. Not only the art of asking good questions, but it's the art of knowing when to pause to hear the answer.
I agree.
And
she didn't matter.
And get the response. Not only the verbal response, but the physical response that goes with it. What do you look like saying that to me? Do you know what you look like saying that to me? As 54 Keys would infamously say, what?
Right.
If she really means it, she goes, wait, what?
Yeah.
That's a double take. But yeah, that's the way to do it. And so far, they are still in the hot seat. It doesn't really look good for them interview-wise, but I believe in that Nancy interview, they were coached. You had coughing and moving in the background. Definitely somebody's there. A possible coaching situation may have occurred to help them out to gain some kind of control over the emotions regarding Sebastian being missing. More composure, more control over their emotions during the course of an interview. But once again, when you're talking to Nancy, she automatically puts you in that position. You can't get emotional with me, but I'm looking for your emotion nonetheless, because that's your instinctive response. How you are connected to Sebastian is what she's looking for.
Right.
But these folks were almost poker-faced in her interview. Poker-faced. Yes. So whatever you're doing in the background, boss, make me some too.
All right.
You know, he probably cooking turkey neck bones and all that. You know how boss do. Down south.
Just cleaning up the cave. Just cleaning up a little bit. Just cleaning up.
Oh my goodness. But anyway, that's what I wanted to pull together tonight. I wanted to draw some things a bit tighter. I wanted to see what locations were. So that's why we did some map work, fine-tune some visuals for you to know not only where these locations are, but what they look like. Okay, when he says, I drive a diesel truck, 2021, you could now see a picture of what that truck looks like. I drive an Infiniti SUV. Now you can see what an SUV looks like. I also have a work van or a service van that's in the driveway. You can actually see what that work van looks like. See? And that's detail. As much of it as possible for you, because you could sit for hours listening to a conversation, but without a visual to give you just that confirmation. Oh, I see what you're talking about. I see what that looks like now. I see what shape, what size, what dimensions are, how big it is, how small it is, et cetera, to go along with the conversation, because we all think in pictures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I hope that's what, well, this is what we deliver. This is what we know how to do.
Yeah. You got to create the visuals. Because some people, you know, that's how we see the details. Show it to me.
Yes.
Don't just come talk my head off. Show me. So, yeah. So you know me, I definitely appreciate the visuals. I need that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, if you want me to buy something, show it to me.
That's right.
Right. Goddamn right. You goddamn right.
You know, and let what I see, not what you say, let what I see sell me on buying what you say and what I see.
Mm-hmm.
And the dynamic works. Always, always, always. But yeah, so I'm glad everyone, 418 people up in here tonight. Please be sure, let's get this out into the algorithm for Sebastian. This is our third live coverage of this case. We will be coming back with more. We'll come back with the Nita interview after we review it, get a little bit of a handle as to what the content of it is.
Right.
You know, that's going to add more background information to the case in its entirety, for us anyway. For us anyway.
I definitely want to hear it.
Yes. And so, Ms. 54 Keys, Mr. Boss Blake, much love to both of you for joining me here tonight to do this live.
Most definitely.
Absolutely.
wanted to make sure that you received some information that I was able to start to dig out and wanted to put on the table and chop it up in a live together.
Right.
So I thank you both for your time.
Oh, absolutely. No problem.
All day, man. Round table, buddy.
That's it. That's it.
Oh my goodness. Yo, everybody in the chat, show Miss 54 Keys and Mr. Bossman Blake your love. Let them know that you truly appreciate them being a part of our investigative work when it comes to looking at cases like this. Throw them some hearts.
I appreciate it.
Make some noise. You know how you do.
Appreciate
You know how you do it.
Yeah, ain't nothing but love over here, you know. And like I said, I was new to this case, and shout out to Justin because I learned a lot from him on that last live.
Absolutely.
You know, so it's really just about gathering the details and then putting it in order. You know, sometimes we get hung up on, you know, stuff that's really irrelevant, but you got to piece it out in order to put it all together. You know, so I feel like this is just a way of John piecing it out, you know, to try to get some type of clarity. You have to.
Yep.
This boy been gone since February.
Yeah. That's the hard part.
Yeah.
Because when they're gone that long and there's been no signs, nothing.
Right.
Nothing. Then as time moves on, you know, chances of a rescue is less apparent than anything else, and the chances of discovery begin to climb.
Mm-hmm. Box them in.
Yep.
Yes, thank you for dropping the link. Miss Justice has been working tonight, dropping links and making sure that everyone knows where the information is. You definitely want to.
Much love to her.
Yeah, definitely.
Much love, Miss Justice. Yeah, she riding, baby.
Putting that work.
Yep, riding.
That's that heavy stuff. That is that heavy stuff. With that said, we're gonna jump up out of here. And so up until next time, y'all take it easy, stay loved up, squeeze and love on the family, keep them in your sight, check on them if you hear something strange. You know, these cases have to, they have to teach us something as we go forward.
Right, that's right.
Hit him with that why, John. Hit him with that why when you get out of here, man.
Oh, you see. Yeah.
That's fitting.
We'll catch you around the corner, folks. We love you. Be well and stay blessed with Godspeed. We're out.
Kids missing just sickens my mood. Now I got an attitude. You think I won't battle fool? I will slap the fuck out of you. Maybe I am a radical. I'm charged up with a matador. You don't love the kids, why do you got them for? I tell the truth, how they got out the door. These cases, I can't ignore them. You damn right, I want your face on the floor. We lacking info, pimping, I'ma need more. See, it's the truth that we want. You supposed to love you, kid. The truth is you don't. Somebody bring them parents up to the front. Them kids been missing for months. Damn right, I'm mad, pimp, I done had enough. Oh, my business, bitch, I don't give a fuck. I might just tear this shit up. Now we got summer, we got us, and we got orange. Like the parents, they don't care. I'm like, what the fuck you doing? All of the YouTubers pursuing. They do more than what you doing. Now how the fuck you gonna influence? Your reputation done been ruined. Why